Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you for the accomplishments in these halls. Thank you for everyone employed in bringing these achievements to pass, those in decision-making positions and those in supporting staff positions. We ask for your wisdom and guidance for each and every person here and for every aspect of the work being done here. Even when there's dissension, give those with opposing viewpoints the ability to see with clarity and compassion. And when the efforts to come together fall short, help people to express themselves in love, realizing that not one of us has all knowledge or is always right. You said in 1 Corinthians 13:13 that love is the #1 principle for real betterment. So let all that occurs in these chambers be based on that principle. Let what occurs here be a coming together, a blending of efforts to bless your people. And let us experience the miracle of unity in diversity. In the name of the Christ, I offer this prayer. Amen.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On a point of personal privilege, Chair recognizes the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor today to recognize a young lady from Turner High School. Her name is Ariana Ortiz. And Ariana, would you stand up, please? Ariana is here today because she was the 2023 KSHSAA 5A 6A Girls State Wrestling Champion in the 100-pound class. Now, I want to provide you with a little more information about Ariana. She also was a page for me in the past, which she had to remind me because I'd kind of forgot, but I appreciate her doing that. She became interested in wrestling when she went to her first match and decided that was something she wanted to do. She's participated in wrestling all 4 years at Turner High School, And she's been an inspiration to other young women to decide that this is something they want to do. Now, the interesting thing about wrestling is the #1 sport for women growing in the United States, which I find rather interesting. But it's not just in Kansas or at Turner, it's across the country that young women are becoming interested in participating in wrestling. Her coach, Coach Hansen, said that she has an outstanding work ethic. She puts forth the same determination to win on the mat that she puts forth in the classroom. She's an outstanding leader, and she's a trailblazer for girls wrestling in Turner. Adriana has not yet decided where she's going to go to college, but she does want to wrestle in college, and she also is going to be working towards her bachelor in nursing science to become a nurse. She has with her today family members, and as I say their names, if you'd stand up, please. Carlos Ortiz, her father, is with her. Carlos Ortiz Jr., her brother, is with her. And Erica Ortiz, her sister, is with her, along with her coach, Paul Hansen, and the principal for Turner High School, Mark Farrell, is here as well as Lauren Yallo, who is the Director of Public Relations for the Turner School District. I asked the body to stand with me and recognize Ariana Ortiz, the 5A, 6A Girls State Wrestling Champion in the 100-pound class. She's the first at Turner to win a state champion in wrestling. Would you please give her a Senate welcome?
Congratulations. We're honored to have you here. Welcome to the Senate. We're now ready for final action. On this first roll call, we will take the following: the bills on page 2 through 4, and the first 2 bills on page 5. SB 147, SB 252, SB 265, SB 271, SB 291, SB 300, SB 309, Senate Sub for House Bill 2010, House Bill 2019, and House Bill 2039. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 147, an act concerning income taxation. Senate Bill 252, an act concerning taxation. Senate Bill 265, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill 271, an act concerning trains. Senate Bill 291, an act concerning environmental, social, and governance criteria involving public contracts and investments. Senate Bill 300, an act concerning privilege tax. Senate Bill 309, an act concerning cities and counties. Senate substitute for the House Bill 2010, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. House Bill 2019, an act concerning transportation. And House Bill 2039, an act concerning wildlife and parks.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust Goudot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley,
Senator, can you repeat? Was that 2019, not 219? Thank you. Can you repeat the whole thing just for clarity?
Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Ready, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would like to change my vote on SB 300 to a pass.
Does anybody wish to explain their vote? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we get a preliminary count on Senate Bill 147, 271, 252? Thank you.
My monitor's not working, so I'm gonna have to wait to. Still says bad gateway. I'll give them to you one at a time. 147. 147, I got one, so Senate Bill 147, what's the count? 36 to 0 on 147. 38 to 0 on 147. 271. 26 in favor, 10 opposed to 271 and 252. 23 in favor, 16 opposed to 252. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope bad gateway isn't ominous for something. I would like to offer my explanation of vote on 291.
Please proceed.
While this bill has been reduced in its scope, it is not needed and still oversteps boundaries as it directs private businesses on how to operate. That hurts our freedoms. If we believe in the free market, we should not support this bill. Keep in mind, while this provision won't hurt the companies involved, it has the potential to harm Kansas retirements.
You want your remarks spread on the journal? So ordered. Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my vote on Senate Bill 271. About a month ago, we had a derailment in Sumner County. Although there's no loss of life or hazardous materials, it was a derailment. And we also know there's more derailments throughout the United States that were involved with hazardous materials. It seems to be that our long trains are blocking our railways, are blocking intersections, and this causes concern for our constituents. And it's unclear whether or not these long trains cause the derailments. We don't actually know what caused each and every derailment. However, we do know that our economy does run on a rail. We also know that our suppliers bring their products in and out and to market through the rail. So for this reasons, I passed on this bill hoping that an interim committee will study this and then find a suitable solution for that. So thank you very much.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal? There's been a request for call of the Senate, would require 5 hands. I've got 3. Calls on 4, 1, 2, 3. I've got 5. Call of the Senate. Senators will be in their seats. Sergeants will close the doors. And we'll get ready to call the roll.
Allie? Baumgardner? Billinger? Faust Goudot?
If you can state your vote on the passes. Whatever you passed on, you'll have to state your vote for or against. Senator from Sedgwick. 252 was aye. She's voting aye, 252.
Francisco? Haley?
$17 in favor, 22 opposed. This is crunch time. You have to cast in favor or opposed. I'm afraid it's permanent. So.
Peck? Petty? Stefan? Thompson? Tyson?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to change my vote on 147 before the call of the Senate. But I wanted to say I don't appreciate the refundable portion, but I do support the adoption tax credit, and I will defend it to the best of my ability because it is the Senate position from here on out. So I vote aye on 147, and I change my vote on 2010 to aye.
Warren.
Thank you. No. And just a point of clarification, there is still an opportunity. I think you had said it's permanent, but we still have the opportunity for those members of the body who wish to change their vote before the roll closes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
We're dispensing with all the passes, but there will be a final opportunity to explain again or change. Call is lifted. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley, were you seeking recognition?
I am, and thank you, Mr. President. Are you ready for other changes of vote?
This is now the time to do it.
Thank you. I would like to change my no to an aye on 271. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you. Explanation of vote.
Please proceed.
On Senate Bill 291, while the underlying bill originally had issues with limiting return on investment for our retirees, that has been fixed through our committee process. However, we added a provision that now allows the Attorney General, albeit with nominal rules and regs, to declare which nations are adversaries. Where we fixed a negative fiscal impact in the billions on the original bill, before allowing the Attorney General to drive such restrictions on our extensive investments, we need to investigate at a minimum the fiscal impact of this potential change made on the floor. I vote no. I'd like those words spread.
So ordered. Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This should not be a surprise. I'm going to do an explanation of vote on Senate Bill 252. I vote in opposition of this bill. I feel when we are exempting private businesses because they feel there is competition from a government entity, from property taxes and sales taxes, that pushes the burden to your residential households. And we have elected officials at the local level that are also part of making that decision, which were elected by their community. So I feel there's already representation and taxation at that level, and they should have a say in some of these rules that we are talking about at the state level. Exemptions such as this continue to come every year, and they impact our police departments, our schools, our city and county government services, which private and public sector needs, whether it's snow removal or filling out potholes, whatever it might be. We rely on those government services, but if their revenues continue to be dictated by how we are exempting certain organizations or giving leverage to some of them, we still need to complete and fulfill our duties at the local level. It just creates a harder burden for our households that don't want property taxes, but they continue to get them because everybody else is getting an exemption. Thank you.
Would you like your mark spread on the journal?
Yes, please.
I would also remind that the printed explanations are required to be within 200 words. So
Yes, thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would like to join the remarks of the senator from Leavenworth and the senator from Riley.
So ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of clarification. Some of the votes were cast for 219, and in the roll call, we have 291 and 2019. Were those cast for 2019 recorded for 2019?
That is correct. When we heard 219, we were taking that as 2019 because 219 does not exist on this roll.
Thank you for the clarification.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I'd like to join the remarks of the senator from Leavenworth.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if the governor got an explanation in, but so ordered. Further explanation? Are there any further changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. 40 having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 147, 24 in favor and 16 opposed to Senate Bill 252, 40 having voted in favor and none opposed to 265, 27 in favor and 13 opposed to 271, 29 in favor and 11 opposed to Senate Bill 291, 34 in favor and 6 opposed to Senate Bill 300, 38 in favor and 2 opposed to House Bill 2010, 29 in favor and 11 opposed to House Bill 2019, 39 in favor, 1 opposed to 2039. These measures having reached a constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. 17 having voted in favor and 23 opposed to Senate Bill 309. This measure is declared lost. On this roll call, we will take the remaining bills on page 5 and the bills on page 6. House Bill 2059, House Bill 2080, House Bill 2082, sub for House Bill 2121, House Bill 2125, House Bill 2123, 2173, excuse me, House Bill 2196, House Bill 2226, and House Bill 2234. Clerk will read the titles.
House Bill 2059, an act concerning alcoholic beverages. House Bill 2080, an act concerning virtual schools. House Bill 2082, an act concerning counties. Substitute for the House Bill of 2121, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. House Bill 2125, an act concerning health and healthcare. House Bill 2173, an act concerning political subdivisions of the state. House Bill 2196, an act concerning retirement and pensions. House Bill 2226, an act concerning the State Corporation Commission. And House Bill 2234, an act relating to state construction of construction or building improvement projects.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Heck. Peterson. Hetty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready. Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen,
Senator, could you repeat, please, for the clerks? Thank you.
Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you. I'd like to explain my vote, Mr. President, on 2121 speedy trial. Mr. President, I, reluctantly supported 2121. It's kind of something we have to do. After the pandemic, the courts were shut down for a while, and we originally enlarged speedy trial to give 2 extra years while courts were shut down, no one was in person, and the backlog was accrued. We heard both from the proponents and opponents that we have, believe it or not, few attorneys to fill the gaps, both prosecutors and defense attorneys, and that backlog has created kind of a log jam of cases. So I reluctantly support this, Mr. President, and it's kind of kicking the can down the road while we try to bring it back to a sense of normalcy post-pandemic, and I would hope they'd get everything straight by, I expect the court system to right itself by the deadline that we've had in 2121. And I would not like to have my remarks spread on the journal.
Very good. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer my explanation of vote on HB 2125.
Please proceed.
While I appreciate the main components of this bill, I do have some concerns that were brought forward to me by a constituent, namely the time frame of the temporary permit for 2 weeks appears longer than what is offered in other states. Missouri, for example, allows 2 to 3 days for their temporary permits. I'm concerned that this longer time frame could have an impact negatively on our local artists. For that reason, I vote no. And for the record, I don't have any tattoos. I share that information as that precedent has been established when talking to this bill. Thank you.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal? So ordered. Further explanation? Any changes? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. $35 having voted in favor and 5 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2059, 34 in favor and 5 opposed to House Bill 2080, 38 in favor and 2 opposed to House Bill 2082, 32 in favor, 8 opposed to House Bill 2121, 30 8 in favor, 1 opposed to House Bill 2125, 31 in favor, 9 opposed to the passage of 2173, 40 in favor and none opposed to House Bill 2196 and 2226, 36 in favor and 4 opposed to House Bill 2234. These measures, having reached their constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. On this third and final roll call, we will take the bills on page 7 and 8. House Bill 2236, House Bill 2240, 2263, 2269, 2284, 2288, 2292, 2322, 2335, and 2375. Clerk will read the titles.
House Bill 2236, an act concerning education. House Bill 2240, an act concerning the Department for Children and Families. House Bill 2263, an act concerning health professions and practices. House Bill 2269, an act regarding cigarettes, electronic cigarettes, and tobacco products. House Bill 2284, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2288, an act concerning the behavioral sciences. House Bill 2292, an act concerning economic development. House Bill 2322, an act concerning education. House Bill 2335, an act concerning transportation. And House Bill 2375, an act concerning the behavioral sciences.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Ready, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any member wish to explain their vote? The senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. On HB 2269, I understand the supporters' intent to improve healthcare outcomes in our state. However, we just passed a bill which would give presumptive prison sentences of 60 months for a 14-year-old illegally discharging a firearm. We see people as young as 13 years old being tried as adults and getting life sentences. And we send 18-year-old soldiers to fight our wars for us. We expect young people to be adults except on this issue where they apparently can't make their own decisions until they are 21. I vote no. I'd like those words spread.
So ordered. Further explanation. Are there changes? Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
I'd like to piggyback on Senator Pittman's.
So ordered. Further explanation or changes? Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Pass to I on 2269.
Any further changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. 23 having voted in favor and 17 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2236. 40 in favor and none opposed to 2240. 26 in favor and 10 opposed to 2263. 28 in favor and 11 opposed to 2269. 40 in favor and none opposed to 2284. 36 having voted in favor and 4 opposed to 2288. 30 in favor, 7 opposed to 2292. 40 in favor and none opposed to 2322. 38 in favor and 2 opposed to 2335. 39 in favor and 1 opposed to House Bill 2375. These measures, having reached their constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2184 and requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Hoffman, Riley, and Amix as conferees on part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2015 and requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Patton, Schreiber, and Carmichael as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2065, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Patton, Schreiber, and Carmichael as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2130, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Patton, Schreiber, and Carmichael as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2131, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Patton, Schreiber, and Carmichael as conferees on part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2020, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Francis, Neely, and Ballard as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2089, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2090, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2093, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2094, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to Senate substitution for the House Bill 2344 and requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Landwehr, Epley, and Ruiz S. as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2042, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Tarwater, Orjon, and Probst as conferees on the part of the House. That was wrong. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2096 and requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2097, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2098, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2100, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2214, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Owens, Smith E., and Heiberger as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2285, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2298, requests a conference, and has appointed Representative Francis, Neely, and Ballard as conferees on the part of the House. Announcing passage of House Bill 2418, House Bill 2449, House Bill 2452, announcing passage of Senate Bill 3, Senate Bill 114, and Senate Bill 120. Announcing passages of Senate Bill 25 as amended, Senate Bill 17 as amended, Senate Bill 27 as amended, Senate Bill 44 is amended, Senate Bill 66 is amended, 75 is amended, 85 is amended, 115 is amended, 119 is amended, 123 is amended, substitute to the Senate Bill 131 as amended, Senate Bill 189 is amended, 205 is amended, 217 is amended, 228 as amended, 243 is amended, announcing passage of Senate Bill 116 as amended by House substitute for Senate Bill 116, Senate Bill 244 as amended by House substitute for Senate Bill 244. House Bill 2418, an act concerning certain state programs, boards, and commissions. House Bill 2449, an act concerning boards and commissions. House Bill 2452, an act concerning the Kansas State Employees Health Care Commission.
This constitutes introduction of those bills previously read. On a motion to see, Chair recognizes Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine on House Bill 2089.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2089.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. On conference part of the Senate, Chair appoints Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Back to Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine on 2090.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House on a conference on House Bill 2090.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion passes. On conference for the Senate, appoint Chairman, Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, and Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine on 2093.
You know, Mr. President, I often wonder if we couldn't just do this with one motion.
You know what? It's probably possible on your 2093, 2094, 2096, 2097. You prefer them? All right, my clerk confers them individually, so we're going to do it.
All right, I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on 2093.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher as conferees for the Senate. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine on 2094.
I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2094.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. For conference on the Senate, Chair appoints Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator from Fagg, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Senator from Lyon on 2096.
I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2096.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. For the Senate, Chair appoints Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. On 2097, Chair recognizes Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2097.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Senator from Sedgwick. On part of the Senate, Chair appoints Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. On 2098, Chair recognizes Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2098.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. This conference on part of the Senate, Chair appoints Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. On 2100, Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2100.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Conference on part of the Senate, Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. On 2285, Senator from Lyon.
I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2285.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Conference on part of the Senate, Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Senator from Sherman, are you seeking recognition? I've got them in a particular order. Okay. On 2042, Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2042.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Conference on part of the Senate, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. On 2344, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2344.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. This conference on part of the Senate, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. On 2184, Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
I move the Senate accede to the request from the House for a conference on House Bill 2184.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Conference on part of the Senate, Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, Senator from Saline, Senator Clays, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. On 2020, Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2020.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Conference on part of the Senate, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Senator from Sedgwick on 2298.
I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2298.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Peterson, Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson will be conferees from the part of the Senate. On 2015, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2015.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Conferees on this for the Senate will be Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. On 2065, Chairman recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2065.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Conferees part of the Senate will be Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. On 2130, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2130.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Conferees for the Senate will be Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on 2131.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2131.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. This conferees on part of the Senate. Senate appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. You're going to have to get more momentum than that, Senator from Cherokee. Finally, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on House Bill 2214.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2214.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Conferees on part of the Senate. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Chair appoints the Senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2027. The Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you. Imagine a situation, which has happened here in Kansas, where a husband kills his wife. Currently, we have in Kansas law that the husband or any person who kills another person and they're convicted of that felonious killing or procuring the killing of another shall not inherit through the will or otherwise through the estate of the person they killed. What House Bill 2027 does is what happens when the person accused of killing the decedent whom they intend to take part of the estate of, what happens while those charges of felonious killing are pending, while you're going through trial, while you're sitting in jail, while you're hiring an attorney to defend yourself against the charges of killing the person who you intend to take through their estate. In current Kansas law, we don't have any means to stop the person who has been so accused from depleting the assets of the estate to provide for their defense. What Kansas would be doing with the enactment of House Bill 2027 would be a court could intervene either on its own or through motion of an interested party. They could prohibit the sale of the real estate of the decedent, the distribution or spending or use of any asset or interest of the deceased person or any portion or proceeds thereof by the person who has been arrested or charged with the killing of the decedent, whose estate and assets they propose to use for their defense. It's a needed bill. The order would be in place until the following events: either the dismissal of all charges against the accused, the acquittal to all such charges, conviction on those charges, or other disposition. For instance, they might enter into a plea agreement and the criminal case is resolved in one way or another. This is an important measure that would help protect those who can't speak for themselves and who would be taken advantage of after their death, procured by the very person who procured and caused the death. There were no opponents to the bill, and I want to share with you the vote in the House was 119 to 0. With that, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I want to personally thank the carriers of the bill in the House and those representatives who brought it to the attention of the legislature, Representative Wassinger and Representative Ballard, for bringing this to our attention and sharing the plight of the family and so many others that have had to live through this without recourse or protection. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2027 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2390. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue. Division's been called. All those in favor, please stand. Roll call's been requested. Seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll. Body, prior to calling the roll, I want to explain what a yes vote on adoption of the committee report and what a no vote on the adoption of the committee report will result in. A yes vote adopts the committee report. We will continue as we would on any other bill. A no vote will go back to the bill as it was introduced in committee. So it would not adopt the committee amendments. We would still have the bill. Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a chance to debate or have discussion?
The rules are silent on such a thing. Will allow comment and discussion on the motion to adopt the committee report. Senator O'Shea, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge the body to vote no. When this bill came to us from the House, it was voted on 121-0 in favor. It's a good bill. It has the fentanyl test strips. It has the drug test strips and the overdose review board. The conferees had compelling arguments. The doctors that want to be able to use this to help people, I just think it's a really good bill. I'm not in favor of what the committee did with it, and so I'd like to see a no vote so that we can follow the House's lead on this important policy.
Further comment on the motion. Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just ask the body to support the committee process and the committee report. You can always bring an amendment to make changes, but just dispensing with the process, I'd appreciate a vote to uphold the actions of the committee.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the body's clarification, this bill was gutted in committee and a bill that passed this chamber was inserted in it, but important legislation was deleted. So I would urge the body to vote no.
Further comments. Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm getting conflicting statements about would the bill go back to what the House sent over to us? Or will it go back to how the Senate Health Committee amended it and kicked it out?
The most recent version is the version that was amended by the House Committee of the Whole. So it will be the bill as it arrived to the Senate.
Okay, thank you. So again, I encourage a no vote.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you very much. And I too support the work of the committee. There's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of thought went into that. There were no rash decisions made. This bill came over from the House with a 26-member new board to look at a problem that was the job title of one of the people named to the board out of the KDHE. This was incredible, redundant government that's not necessary. There are the opportunities to make amendments. This is really a vote for big government, redundant government, or our process that looks at bills, moves them forward appropriately. So I would support this motion that we're voting on. I'd vote yes. I'm in line with the senator from Butler. Thank you.
Further comment on the motion to adopt the committee report. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, as it stands, gives the same authority to the Secretary of Health and Environment that they have with overseeing maternal deaths. So it's the same language that allows them to oversee drug overdose deaths. So again, they have the authority to get all the information that they need to review this. This was also done with law enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further comments. Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to respond to the senator from, let me see, Reno. The vote was 121 to 0. So it was the veteran legislators, the new legislators, bipartisan legislature. It was voted on by everybody as a yes and 0 no's on it. So I think there was dialogue during that process, and I feel it was well vetted as it came out. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A yes vote will sustain the important work of committees. That's what this motion is about. Are we going to support the committee process or not? There are processes for if you don't like the work of a committee, but this is not it. I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a lot of respect for this committee.
Further comments on the motion to adopt the committee report? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle. Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Twenty-one having voted in favor, 13 against. The committee report is adopted. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, 2390, currently the law requires that collection of data and study of maternal deaths. This is overdose deaths. So again, with working with law enforcement and working with the secretary, making sure that they have all the data that they need to be able to look at overdose deaths that have been escalating in our country. They're given the authority to identify drug overdose deaths, as we mentioned, review autopsy reports, death certificates, medical records, other relevant data, review interactions with the healthcare system, behavioral health systems, social services, educational institutions, and make determinations regarding the preventability of drug overdose deaths. Autopsy reports, coroner's investigative records, medical records, or emergency medical services. As law enforcement requested, they would be permitted to redact names and personally identifiable information or exclude information that would reveal an ongoing investigation of drug violations or any criminal history information prohibited by law to be released. This bill does include Senate Bill 6, which we passed out of this body. They were unable to hear it on the House side, which returns the responsibility of the Secretary and medical officers to educating and recommending and forbidding them from mandating. And if I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage. Senate substitute for House Bill 2390.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. A division's been requested. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. On a vote of 22 to 13, the motion carries. We will now turn our We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2304. We will pass over House Bill 2021. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill would allow school boards to provide firearm safety education programs. The State Board of Education would be directed to establish curriculum guidelines for a standardized firearm safety education program, which would be required to include accident prevention. This is basically the same bill that we passed out in the Senate earlier this session. It was, at that time, Senate Bill 116, passed the body 30-8, and passed the House 78-43. This provides for grade level appropriate programs. These are optional programs, and it gives you the option of either using the Eddie Eagle Gun Safe program or any successor program for K through 12. As the kids get older, that transitions toward a hunter education program. And again, it is optional. A local school board could decide to do it if they wanted to, and they do not have to if they do not want to. With that, I will stand for any questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment number?
It's 1973.
We'll pause for a moment while that's distributed. Senator, you may explain your amendment.
Thank you. This is not changing anything from the underlying bill. Eddie Eagle is still going to be the curriculum that if a school chooses that they would use. But in addition to using that resource, this is going to add the Everytown for Gun Safety. They have a Be Smart campaign to take action to promote responsible gun ownership. So as the children are learning gun safety from Eddie the Eagle, they would also receive information on the Be Smart curriculum. All the resources are free to the public and can be easily accessed online, unlike Eddie Eagle that you do have to pay for. But the SMART curriculum, SMART stands for Secure All Guns in Their Homes and Vehicles, Model Responsible Behavior Around Guns, Ask About the Presence of Unsecured Guns in Other Homes, and Recognize the Role of Guns in Suicide, and Tell Your Peers to Be Smart. So schools that have gun safety curriculum should have a choice, and if they're mandated to the NRA's training under this bill, this amendment just provides various options to also talk about gun safety.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Not a question, just a comment. I'm not familiar with this, but just hearing the general overview of this program, I don't believe that it has the same goals as the underlying bill, and so I don't consider this necessarily a friendly amendment. I'll leave it to the will of the body, but that's just my personal opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions? Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you. As you look at this amendment, the Be Smart program and the Everytown for Gun Safety Support Fund, the way this is written, it's basically unintelligible in that it has no identifying capitalizations or anything to lend any credence to that there's anything real contained within it. So as such, I challenge its germaneness.
The germaneness of the amendment has been challenged. The Rules Committee will convene. The Rules Committee will convene. For ruling on the germaneness, the chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Rules Committee rules that this amendment is germane. Thank you.
We will proceed. Questions on the amendment. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you. I have a question for the carrier of the amendment. I think I've heard of the Everytown for Gun Safety group. Could you tell us about their advocacy efforts, and are they a political action committee?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I would say that Everytown for Gun Safety has the same thing as the NRA, same designation. They do promote gun safety, and this would not change anything. You're still going to get the NRA's gun safety program, and in addition, you're going to get a printout that talks about the SMART curriculum, and it's saying secure all guns in the homes and vehicles, model responsible behavior around guns, ask about the presence of unsecured guns in other homes, Recognize the role of guns in suicide and tell your peers to be smart.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. That wasn't really a question whether it is a political action committee. However, I just Googled Every Town for Gun Safety Support Fund, which is part of the amendment. And the first thing that pops up is donate to Every Town for Gun Safety through Act Blue. And I think Act Blue is associated with one political party versus the other one. Thank you.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the gentlelady from Johnson.
Senator from Johnson is standing for questions.
Thank you. So your amendment in Be Smart pertains to safety for the children?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, that is correct.
Senator from Sedgwick.
And so in some of the, could you just share your list again of the training or the safety measures that are in the amendment?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, I would be happy to. So I think there was a comment earlier that this did not have the same goals, and I think the goal of any gun safety program would be to teach safety. So whereas Eddie Eagle is saying, stop, don't touch, run away, tell a grown-up, we are adding to that by saying, secure all guns in your home and vehicles, model responsible behavior around guns, ask about the presence of unsecured guns in others' homes, recognize the role of guns in suicide, and tell your peers to be smart.
Senator from Sedgwick.
So with that in that list pertain to storage, lock boxes in the homes?
Senator from Johnson.
I think that would go under secure all guns in their homes and vehicles.
Senator from Sedgwick.
So, Mr. Chairman, in the wake of what I woke up to on the national news this morning of another gun issue in schools, particularly in Nashville, where the 3 adults and 3 students in elementary school were another situation where, you know, how did the individual get those guns? And so I believe that all of us in this chamber and those listening are in support of gun safety measures, saving lives, and I think an added piece to any information of safety that our children can receive would be a positive, and therefore I rise in support of the Sykes Amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like a little bit more information from the carrier of the bill. I think she indicated earlier when questions were asked by the senator from Johnson about Everytown. You know, when you go to their web page, it says paid for by Act Blue. And when you go to Act Blue, it indicates that meet Act Blue Express Lane. Act Blue Express Lane, 14,104,789 Democratic donors have saved their payment information with us via an Act Blue Express account. You also see NARAL, Pro-Choice America, make a year-end contribution. So if the carrier of the amendment could please explain how it is that Everytown isn't an arm of a political action group of actblue.com when in fact their webpage says they're paid for by actblue.com.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you go to besmartforkids.org, which is what we are putting in this amendment, It does not have that it's paid for, as Eddie the Eagle says that it's a part of the NRA. So I'm not really sure what the position is. We have two different organizations that have separate arms, and this is some common sense gun safety.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I look at the amendment says provide materials offered by the Everytown for Gun Safety Support Fund. And when you go to Everytown for Gun Safety, at the bottom it says paid for by Act Blue. That would be very different from Eddie the Eagle, where it's linked to the NRA. When you look at the bottom of the NRA website, it doesn't say funded by the Republican National Party or anything like that. It says it's a part of the funded by the NRA. But when we look at Everytown for Gun Safety, it says it's paid for by Act Blue.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. Again, we are looking at different websites. This says provide materials from the Be Smart program, which is offered by Everytown for Gun Safety, which is just like provide materials for Eddie the Eagle, which is offered by the NRA.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would disagree that those are parallel, that those are a part of a parallel universe. When, again, you go and you see Act Blue, and it's that 14,104,789 Democratic donors have saved their payment information with us. It is clearly an arm that is used to, well, actually now it's scrolling up, and it's even more funds that have been put in there. But again, it is the arm of a political party, or at least the fundraising arm of a political party, which is very different from a national organization that, quite frankly, when you talk about the NRA, membership is Republican, independent, as well as Democrats. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
Yes, so again, we're talking about semantics here. I can go to NRA, the Eddie Eagle, and it says donate at the top of the page. And yes, Everytown uses Act Blue, which is a contribution software. But these are one and the same, gun safety. They teach different things. Again, Eddie the Eagle is stop, don't touch, run, tell an adult. And this is talking about securing your guns, model responsible behavior, asking about the presence of unsecured guns, recognizing the role of guns in suicide, and tell your peers to be smart. So I'm really struggling with what we don't like about this program.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Yes, I didn't know about this program until this amendment was brought up. I just looked it up, and I'm looking at the website, and it says, give to Everytown, help defeat the gun lobby's extremism. It gives bullet points on what their aim is, and it's defeating the gun lobby's guns everywhere agenda, opposing armed extremism, mobilizing grassroots supporters. This is community organizing. This is not teaching gun safety. And there are buttons where you can click to donate, and at the very bottom, it all goes to Act Blue. This is not a gun safety program. This is a program designed to indoctrinate young people instead of teach them gun safety. And so I would strongly oppose this amendment.
Senator from Johnson, would you care to respond?
I could say the same thing if I go to the NRA's website, but if I go to Be Smart for Kids, it is talking about gun safety. If I go to Eddie the Eagle, it's talking about stop, don't touch, run, tell an adult. So again, if you have trouble with my amendment, you should have trouble with the underlying bill about indoctrination.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So understanding the concept of Eddie the Eagle. Some of this bill years ago, I introduced legislation to somewhat address this issue of the death of Royale and providing training within our schools. And then along the way, you know how, Mr. Chairman, you know, bills, different versions are amended and drafted to the original concept. And so, but it's still all about safety, I believe. So a question for the carrier of the amendment.
Please continue.
So with my understanding, the bill that we're looking at now, some changes were made to it to allow other entities to provide training within the schools approved by the State Board of Education. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson.
I think that goes to the underlying bill, and I would refer to the other senator from Johnson.
We'll dispose with the amendment at this time.
Well, I guess I'll make that point. I'll make that point that issue, because initially there was some concern from others of who could train, who could provide this training within our schools, and so thereby we do allow others to submit their proposals for their training programs within our school to the State Board of Education, who would then thereby set those rules. And we know everybody doesn't, you can opt in or opt out. Again, so I believe that the amendment being offered by the senator from Johnson, Sykes, I think it goes right in alignment with the original intent of the program, providing safety and training for our students in the state of Kansas. Again, I rise in strong support of the Sykes Amendment.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the carrier of the amendment was explaining the amendment, I was looking at the amendment, seeing how it fit in the bill and so forth, so I wasn't really focused and tuned in. So I do have a question for the carrier of the amendment. And the question would be, I thought that I heard, so I'm seeking clarification, Mr. Chairman, that the carrier said something to the effect of, unlike Eddie Eagle, there would be a cost with the Every Town for Gun Safety program. My question, Mr. Chairman, would be, would this be provided, if this amendment goes on, and this is the course chosen, is it provided at no cost to the school, or is there a cost to someone, the board, the state board, for using this program in our schools?
Senator from Johnson.
So I think people are confused. I am not doing away with Eddie the Eagle. I am just saying that in addition to Eddie the Eagle, we're going to provide this free information, the link to Be Smart program, which does not have any donation links, unlike Eddie the Eagle. You can download the PDFs if you would like to look at them. It is besmartforkids.org.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not certain I got an answer to the question, so I'm going to restate the question. If the carrier offered an answer, I apologize for missing the answer, but the question is, would there be any cost to using this program, as mentioned in the amendment, to any school district, the state school board, to use the Every Town Gun Safety program?
Senator from Johnson.
There is no charge to use this.
Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I guess I've got my answer. So we're hearing that whether it's the Eddie Eagle program, which most of us are familiar with, or if we were to add this amendment, which a lot of us are unfamiliar with, there would be no cost. So that helps, hopefully, some members in making a determination as to whether they support the amendment or not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the carrier of the amendment. To me, it appears that there are two vastly different approaches to gun safety. The Eddie Eagle is a pro-Second Amendment. We want to teach our kids how to safely handle firearms. And from what I can tell from the Every Town for Gun Safety, their approach is to eradicate guns. So is that the goal of the Be Smart, Every Town for Gun Safety, is to do away with guns altogether?
Senator from Johnson.
I do not think this is eradicating guns because the SMART curriculum says secure all the guns in their home and vehicles. Model responsible behavior around guns. Ask if there's presence of unsecured guns in others' homes. Recognize the role of guns in suicide. Tell your peers to be smart. I think all of these things are things that the Second Amendment would agree with, and any reasonable gun owner would want to have a secure gun, would want to model responsible behavior. So I'm really struggling to see what the issue is, to also have a conversation about just stop, don't touch, run away, when we should also be talking about our guns should be secured. We should model responsible behavior. I used to go out and shoot with my family. I didn't just twirl the gun around like a baton. So I really am struggling what the problem with having, being responsible with your gun, why that's an issue.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The difference is the organization bringing this curriculum states very clearly on their website what their intent is. This is from their website. Gun companies will not change until the havoc they've created finally hits their bottom line. Find your school and add your name to the campus petition demanding your school to stop investing in the gun industry. That sounds like a direct conflict to just wanting to promote gun safety in our schools. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson.
So I think you're kind of missing this. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, but the NRA is known for community organizing. Whenever there is any type of restrictive gun control legislation, actually I've introduced some to keep guns out of the hands of domestic violence people who have been convicted of that. And every time we do that, whether it's local, state, or federal, the NRA members and supporters are alerted, and they respond with individual letters, faxes, emails, calls to their elected representatives to make sure that their views are known from the NRA website when you Google NRA. So again, I'm not sure why we are so concerned about having honest conversations that your guns should be secured and that you should model responsible behavior around guns.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions for the carrier of the amendment.
Please continue.
Thank you. So as I read this amendment, it seems to me that you are adding some information from the Be Smart program, and I'm looking at the Be Smart website. And so this doesn't replace the Eagle materials, it just adds to it. Is that the case?
Senator from Johnson.
That is correct.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so this is additional information, again, on the Be Smart website. There's not a donate link that I see. I just see one thing for each letter in the word SMART: to secure firearms, to model responsible behavior, to ask about the presence of unsecured guns, to recognize the role of guns in suicide, and to tell your peers to be smart. I think this is some balanced information. I do have a colleague whose child was killed because a friend, when his child was playing with a friend in another house, the firearms weren't secured. This is a cause of death. I think it's important to add this information. Not replacing something, but adding those SMART requirements. I appreciate this amendment. I am strongly in favor of it.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do support this amendment as well. I think, we just passed the Parents' Bill of Rights. And if we're going to talk about curriculum and we are dictating only one type of curriculum, we're taking away their choice. So I think it would be, to be true to what was just being passed out, to give them a choice. Which one do they want? And then have them pick it and have them review the curriculums and choose what's best for their child or for their school district. That's what this is about. We just passed it. So why are we dictating only one curriculum? Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you. I do appreciate this amendment in the respect that one of my concerns with the underlying bill was the fact that when you go online to Eddie Eagle, there are direct portals to shopping, endorsements, other information that has nothing to do with gun safety per se. But in this instance with the Be Smart program, it's a safe portal in the respect that it does not link to those other types of issues. Whereas, like I said, on the Eddie Eagle, right away at that portal, there are links that take you in all kinds of different directions. So that's the difference between a closed website and one that, like I said, takes you to lots of different information that you potentially shouldn't want your kids to have. So I do stand in support of this amendment, knowing too that the Be Smart program has been found to be an effective strategy to reducing unintentional shootings and suicides. Thank you.
Further questions or comments on the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I've been listening in. I've heard that one, they don't match, and the approach is different for each one of them, but when I'm looking at the Eddie Eagle Gun Safe Program, it says Eddie Eagle Gun Safe Program is a gun accident prevention program that seeks to help parents. When I look at this Be Smart, the message is a little more succinct in that it doesn't just say stop, don't touch, run away, tell a grown-up. It goes through each letter about securing, about model responsible behavior, ask about the presence of unsecured, recognize the role of firearms in suicide, and tell your peers to be smart. So, but they're both promoted as gun accident prevention programs. So it seems if the goal is of Eddie Eagle is to be a gun accident prevention program, and the goal of Be Smart is also to be a gun storage safety program, except for the fact that they are sponsored by different organizations that I may had a personal difference of opinion about, as some of my colleagues seem to have with one or the other. That shouldn't impact the fact that we're talking about asking the State Board of Education to put into place these guidelines, and then school districts would have the option of deciding, but yet when they do decide, there's only one choice. Whereas this says, this would allow them to have two choices. And so that would then, as we already have elected school boards, would then continue to give them that ability to not only decide whether they're going to have it, but also they now have the option of looking at which program they believe best address safety prevention or gun accident prevention in their school districts. And as was mentioned earlier today, when I saw this bill was going to be on our agenda, it immediately made me think about what happened yesterday in Nashville with the murder of, in a school setting, a private school setting, the murder of 3 adults and 3 children, and how we now are hearing this, if not every day, almost every week, and how sad that is, and that firearms are the leading cause of death for children under the age of 19 across the country and in Kansas. So it seems if we, as this body, think that this is important legislation, then we should also think about the best approach, and this gives more than one.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll tell you what's confusing about this amendment, because I didn't know anything about this program until it was brought up, as I mentioned before. And so I typed in on the search engine, SMART program by Evertown for gun safety, and I came up with a website that does talk about gun extremism. Eddie Eagle program, and this program, by the way, and we've looked at several websites, is geared toward adults. It's geared toward college students, much older kids. There's nothing in this that will teach a kindergartner how to handle guns safely. All you're going to do is teach this kid gun activism. It's going to teach this child to be frightened of guns instead of have a healthy respect for guns and learn how to handle guns, learn to treat a gun safely. This is just going to indoctrinate them into a way of thinking about guns. The stark fact is we have a Second Amendment in our Constitution that guarantees our right to possess firearms, not to run away from them. So we want to teach these children how to handle firearms safely, starting from a young age, so they aren't frightened of firearms, but because if you are, you won't handle them correctly. You'll be scared of them. You'll have some curiosity about what could happen if you teach these kids correctly. And this program, by the way, is the Eddie Eagle program, has taught over 32 million children. I would ask, how many children has this program taught? How many kindergartnens has this program, kindergartners has this program taught? Or do they just say, well, gosh, I see a $25, a $50, a $100 button, and I'm going to push here, and we're going to learn how to oppose armed extremism. Is that what we really want to teach our kindergartners? Is there any wonder our school scores are going down? We're just trying to teach safety here. And it doesn't have to be the Eddie Eagle program. It can be one based on the Eddie Eagle program, because this is the gold standard for gun safety and teaching gun safety in the United States. The program, the BSNART program for Evertown for gun safety support, if you go to that, if you just type in the website, this is what popped up for me first. Not some kiddie site, but an activist site. And once again, I could talk for hours on this. Let's just vote this amendment down. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson.
I will yield to the other senator from Johnson.
Yield is to the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would clarify that's the wrong website. The website for Be Smart is different than the one that was just referenced, but I do have a question. I am confused in respect to something that was said. It was mentioned that Eddie Eagle teaches children to respect firearms and not to run away from them, to be curious. That actually sounds to me to be in contradiction to what we've been told Eddie Eagle is about, that it's supposed to be stop, don't touch, run away.
Senator, we're on the amendment. We'll debate the base bill.
Thank you. And I was just going to say maybe that's a comment instead of a question, but some clarity there. Thank you.
Sounds good. Further questions for the Senator, on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
So again, I think we need to have a little lesson on how to find websites, but again, it is besmartforkids.org. This is a campaign launched to raise awareness that secure gun storage, storing gun locks, unloaded and separate from ammunition, can save children's lives. I think it's very important that the other senator from Johnson talked about this is not telling kids to run away. Eddie the Eagle is saying run away from guns. But this is putting smart curriculum in front that I think any responsible gun owner would be doing. So I'm not really sure what the conflict is. This is not doing something instead of. This is offering this in addition to. And if there is anyone in this chamber that doesn't think an adult should model responsible behavior around guns, I think we have a serious problem in this country. But with that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the amendment, the motion on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. Division's been called for, roll call's been requested, 5 hands. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Voscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley, do you have a change? Please continue. Any senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Eleven having voted in favor, 28 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. My concern is that some, if not all, of the responsibility for keeping children safe from guns should be on us as adults. And I'm very concerned that the Eddie Eagle program gives a false sense of security that you've helped your children understand how to use guns. But the Eddie Eagle program is stop, don't touch, run away, tell a grown-up. So not only are we specifying a particular curriculum, not only have we left out any information about gun storage, keeping guns safe, we are dictating at what grade level specific curriculum should be introduced. And the Eddie Eagle curriculum says it's for kindergarten through 4, and yet we in this bill are saying that it should be 1 through 5, and it can also include grades 6 through 8. So I think we need to have decisions about curriculum made between the State Board of Education and our local school districts. This is inappropriate because of all the information it leaves out. I appreciate hunter safety, but this is more than that because they're also talking about safety. Parents, we talked about parents being involved, and they might want to choose when and where this topic is introduced, especially if their family has had traumatic experiences with guns. There are other programs available. We should give parents and local schools a choice. What might be run right for one family or one community may not be right for another.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Pasquito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, question. So in the Eddie the Eagle program for the Senator from Johnson, so does it mention, I know it says stop, don't touch, run, tell an adult, but does it talk about storage? I mean, we do know that sometimes children will bring a firearm to school from home. So does it, in that program, that educational program, what we are suggesting that is in our schools, although we just passed some legislation that talked about, so I'm asking 2 questions. So does it talk about storage, safety, lock boxes, and, Mr. Chairman, will this require that or allow for if that parent doesn't want, they can make that complaint that they don't want their child to participate?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, the bill is silent on the specifics of the curriculum because it gives the state school board the discretion to establish the curriculum guidelines for the standardized firearm safety education program. So if they decide there needs to be some extra information about gun storage, the state school board can decide to do that, and any local board that decides to adopt that curriculum would have that as part of their curriculum. And the second part of the question, I'm sorry, I missed
Senator
that.
from Sedgwick.
Was, Mr. Chairman, was that if the parents in the school could, because I haven't really heard a lot from the state school board individuals other than they originally opposed the legislation, was will they be able to implement in their program setting these rules if they then decided that the Be Smart program was implemented. So since they have the power to do that, could they do that? And then could those parents opt out within the schools of that training of Eddie the Eagle or any other entity that we now allow within this legislation to apply to for the
Senator from Johnson.
educating our children? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson.
Well, once again, the State Board of Education establishes the curriculum guidelines, but within the bill, it does specify, for example, K through 5 shall be based on the Eddie Eagle Gun Safe program or any successor program. So this is, again, we're going back to a program that has worked for millions of kids. It's done a good job. Grades 6 through 8 would be a different program, age appropriate. Same for the older grades that would include the hunter education in the schools. So this gives the state board some guidelines as to how to develop the curriculum, but the curriculum has been utilized all over the country by millions of kids, and to do anything other would be reinventing the wheel, basically.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Can you, I have one last question and a comment. So why not have the storage piece in the legislation? I know others have offered bills to address the issue. My original bill 5 years ago was based on this. I know even, Mr. Chairman, you were carrying the legislation a year ago or 2 years ago, and I offered an amendment to provide the storage piece in there. So why is that? We keep putting all the on our children in the schools. And I think at home, we need to set some rules and you know, just having that lock box and that storage space, that's part of it. So why not? Why not, Mr. Chairman? Why is that not part of the Eddie the Eagle program?
Senator from Johnson.
On the Eddie the Eagle program, there's no actual firearms in the school, so storage is not an issue for them. With regard to the Be Smart program, it's not an actual curriculum either. So the state school board would not necessarily be adopting that. They could hand out the tips, I suppose, if they decided to do that. But the storage, you know, we talk about parents. If parents have guns in the home, it is incumbent upon those parents to make sure that they are safely stored and teach their kids about storage. In this particular instance, this program is designed to talk about gun safety and safety education. Again, it could be part of the curriculum if the state school board and Board of Education so desires to add to part of that curriculum some gun storage.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, Mr. Chairman, in the past, I've passed on this legislation because I somewhat agree with it from years ago legislation to address the same issue. I don't know. I think it all goes hand in hand. If we are truly trying to educate our children and save lives, I believe we would also have the other component as part of it, of being safe. And it's just a sad day again, Mr. Chairman, when I woke up and it's just the norm to hear the loss of life of gun violence in our country. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2304 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2279, The chair recognizes the senator from Meade, Senator Reichman, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank the House for all the work they did and all the groups on this on the water bill. I know since I've been here, 2011, it's been everybody's mind. In fact, they had over 50 people that spoke, and proponents or written testimony on it. We had several dozens too. Water plays a pivotal role in all Kansas communities, the economy and agricultural system. Some areas of the state, the availability of water for future generations has long been in question. While there is a wide breadth of ideas suggest this challenge, HB 2279 offers a common sense solution. HB 2279 promotes locally led solutions, driving a positive outcome for all Kansas. A couple of parts of the bill, it requires the GMDs to identify priority areas of concerns. They have less than 50 years of estimated usable lifetime remaining by December 31st, 2024. It requires the GMD to conduct outreach and public education with local producers in each area identified and develop an action plan by July 1st, 2026. It provides exemptions for already identified areas with local enhancement management areas, intensive groundwater use control areas, and requires 5-year reviews for every 5 years. Failure to identify these areas in development action plans would authorize the chief engineer Division of Water Resources to identify such areas and development plans. This bill places several requirements in GMD. Submit an annual report, identify areas of concern for long-term availability for water in each district, implement local plans of action. HB 279 does not result in heavy-handed, top-down regulation that would be destructive to our economy and agriculture. Instead, this bill fosters locally initiative, voluntary conservation efforts to secure the Kansas way of life of agriculture, economy, and future generation. This bill passed the House 116-6. And with that, I'll take questions.
Questions for the senator from Meade, senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in very strong support of this bill. We've been listening to and concerned with water issues for decades in this state, and this is finally a chance to make a difference and to find a solution. The House Water Committee has been working for 3 years on this. They have put together a coalition of a long, long list of proponents that rarely all come together on any one issue, many of them. This is a way for Kansas to avoid the fate of many of our states, especially west of us, that are running smack into a huge issue, and perhaps we can skirt some of the worst of that. It's an issue that unites rural and urban. It's a great start on a far-sighted effort to really make a difference and to establish a solid future for Kansas. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Meade, senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some questions about this. If the carrier of the bill said, did he say this is basically local stakeholders but voluntary?
Senator from Meade.
That's correct.
Senator from Douglas.
So what if somebody just keeps pumping water? What happens to that bad actor?
Senator from Meade.
What this will do, it has the groundwater management. As they go through and they check the areas concerned, and they develop these plans of action, and then they go ahead and they educate the public what's going on, and all these things are reported. They're looked over by the chief engineer and Division of Water Resources, and go from there.
Senator from Douglas.
But what are the teeth for the bad actors? What if people just keep pumping and say, yeah, I get the education, but this doesn't work for my business model, whatever it is I do? What happens?
Senator from Meade.
Farmers are very good concern. They want to be conservation efforts. And what we're doing here is not a heavy-handed approach. What we're doing here is getting the information, and I just think the idea of as people looking and seeing what's going, and that will help us the next step forward.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do know that although there is a companion bill, correct, when I'm not really taught, but I just want to reference that from basically the funding source. 2302, that's basically the bill that would fund the refilling of the aqueous.
Senator from Meade.
That's correct. We'll be hearing that in a few moments. And that's the funding source for this bill.
Senator from Douglas.
And okay, so I guess my point is that basically between these two bills, we're talking about education, voluntary commitments, and while you have local stakeholders driving the voluntary commitments and the education, you basically have out-of-area folks footing the bill for the replenishment. Is that correct?
Senator from Meade.
The reason so many groups, and we have agriculture groups across the state, and people supported across the nation, across our state, and where it passed 116-6 in the House, is that the idea this bill fosters local initiative, voluntary conservation efforts.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to say I so appreciate all the work from the House and also the work from the committee, and particularly the senator from Meade, because this was presented to us. I think the House took 3 years, and our first Senate schedule had 3 days. So I differ a little bit with some of the responses. This 2279 particularly addresses the issues for groundwater management districts. So they have a taxing authority. They can collect money to address their issues. We've got some great examples of the local enhanced management areas, particularly in the Sheridan 6, where they have come together and voluntarily, as a group, made restrictions. So I think in these areas that are priority areas of concern, if either an IGUCA or a LIMA, you have to be in the Ag Committee to understand all our terminology, is adopted, that then does have some force and teeth. And so we will have another bill that talks about funding, but that isn't funding for these groundwater districts. In fact, I think an amendment that I had offered was rejected by the committee. So they're really, the funding for 2279 is really based on the groundwater district funds, and I am very much hoping that looking at the areas of concern, having that education will encourage more districts to adopt the opportunities already in our statutes for local control.
Further questions? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions here because I do sit on the committee, so I'm fully aware of this information, but want to share this also with the body. Would the carrier of the bill tell us who introduced or who requested this bill?
Senator from Meade.
This came from the Water Committee in the House. I've been working on it for 2 or 3 years.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. According to the Kansas Legislature webpage, this bill was requested by Representative Lindsey Vaughn of Overland Park, who is also, I believe, on the House Water Committee, the Democrat from Overland Park. So actually, I just want to make the body aware of who requested this bill. That individual does not reside, and neither does that district touch a single groundwater management district. Secondly, what is the purpose of the groundwater management districts providing annual reports to the House committees on water, ag, and natural resources, and the Senate Committee on Ag and Natural Resources?
Senator from Meade.
The purpose is, which I lined it out earlier, is that as they'll be given information, they'll be telling what resources they've got in there, what expenses, what are their areas of their concern, and then also they're going to identify their action plan for that. We're talking about a big area and different groundwater management. These were guided off the ones that were very, the LEMA has been very, very successful in part of our state.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what does the legislature or future legislatures intend to do with the information provided by the GMDs?
Senator from Meade.
Well, I think that's an interesting question. I think the bottom line is that all of us are concerned with water. And this is estimated that 70% of the aquifer could be depleted by 2070. That means most of the crucial resources should be gone by a generation in a lifetime. And also 87% of the farmers over the aquifer, they agree that depletion is a serious effect. But all areas are different. We have some that they have water for 250 years. And so the genius of this particular legislation and the goal that we have here is that this gives the groundwater management the opportunity to showcase their accomplishments and the challenges that they have. And the design is to work together to accomplish what we want is for water, for not only now, but for future use.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make everyone aware that currently all of this information actually is available upon request from groundwater management districts since they are created by the legislature. And I do have a couple other questions, which I think the carrier of the bill somewhat alluded to. But do all of our GMDs have the same needs or same priorities?
Senator from Meade.
Oh, no. And that's why we have different groundwater management. That's why they will have different levels of concern. And the education in each one will be different as we go on. And I said, this is the beauty and why they had a compromise with Farm Bureau and Kansas Livestock, the corn growers, and the list goes on and on and on, where people were against some of the things that they had in the past. We're talking about that were on this. The idea is do some more studies, see what you're doing, and when you were reporting it, whatever you're reporting, and you know that bunch of eyes are on it, it makes a difference. And this is what we're hoping that what this will do, and that they will see their problem, and if they don't have one, that's fine. But that's the basic idea behind this legislation.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe that our groundwater management districts were created in 1972 under the, I can't remember the name of the act now. It's listed here. I don't want to misstate it, but it was recognized at that time that a need existed for creation of special districts for the proper management of groundwater resources of the state and for the prevention of economic deterioration. So they elected local boards of people to determine and establish the right of local water users to determine their destiny with respect to the use of groundwater insofar as it does not conflict with the basic laws and policies of the state of Kansas. So I'm asking, what is the intent of this bill? Are they intending to change the basic laws of the state of Kansas in regards to water usage? Or is this just to target local management districts that have worked for over 50 years now? And though I can tell you those people, and knowing many of our groundwater management district board members, there is no one in this state that is more concerned about responsible use of our groundwater resource. In fact, it is their resource. The farmers and ranchers that live in these groundwater management districts are the original conservationists, and I don't want that to be lost on this body. I don't know that this bill actually does anything in particular at this time, but I just would caution the body to be careful about mandating things and giving more power to one individual than is necessary. If you've read through the bill, it gives specific authority to the chief engineer. That is an appointed position, not an elected position. And our groundwater management district boards are elected by their local constituencies. So I just wanted to bring all of that information to the body. Thank you.
Senator from Meade, do you care to respond at this time?
Well, closing.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to clarify a few things, but before I do, I think we all understand that water is one of our most precious resources. If we didn't have water, we wouldn't have an economy. We wouldn't be here today, actually. So it is something we have to take care of. And Kansas is a first in time, first in right state, but the water belongs to the citizens of Kansas. But those who have that right must take care of the water. And that's what this bill is really about. I do want to share, I did hear a senator talk about who brought this bill, and I think that needs to be very clear. It does say in our backup material that Representative Minix and Vaughn brought the bill, but also in addition to that, the managers of the GMD 1, 2, and 4, and representatives of the Kansas Farm Bureau, the Kansas Livestock Association, and 2 private citizens were all there as proponents on this testimony. You also had written proponent testimony from Circle Land, Cattle Corp, High Plains Feed Yard, Kansas Corn Growers Association, and Natural Conservancy as well. The neutral testimony was Groundwater Management 3 and representatives of the KGS. This bill is very important. I am probably one of the few, and maybe the only one, I couldn't count the hands in caucus, that is a taxpayer for water. We are over the Groundwater Management 2 district, which is a little bit different district because we have farmers, we have municipalities, and we have industry. And in fact, our groundwater management district, or our aquifer, the Equus beds, it provides water for 700,000 people. And so that's why we have to partner and get along and try to make this work. And we do recharge, and we've done a lot of work on the groundwater management district because it's so important to our region, and we've become great partners in that. What this bill does is it just provides a little bit of accountability. You know, simple things such as, what's your budget look like? What do your finances look like? You know, where are your priority areas going to be? And it doesn't matter if you're groundwater management 1 through 5. We didn't tell number 2 to do things a certain way that doesn't work for number 5. It's straight across the board. All we're doing is saying, we need a little bit of accountability. You're a taxing entity. And again, these waters belong to the people of Kansas. And so I think this is a great bill that's going to provide more transparency and accountability. And the final thing about the chief engineer, we can have that argument another day, but you can't really elect unless a whole bunch of engineers sign their name on the line because you're supposed to be an engineer. And I think that's a good thing, especially when we're dealing with something as critical as the water. I want to thank Senator Reichman for having the patience. Took 2 or 3 days to work through this bill as a committee and thoughtfully try to figure out what things should be in and what things should not be in. And so with that, Madam Chair, again, I support this bill, and I think it's good, and I think the majority of the GMDs are not going to have a problem with it.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too, water is a very passionate thing for me. You know, I lived on the western side of the state. That's where I started my life. And I've lived on the eastern part of the state most of my life where we've had plenty of water. And, you know, I really appreciate having that water. When you don't have it, you realize what bad shape we're in. And over the years, I've become a little bit of a nerd about water. You look at America, and at that 100 percentile line, which I think it's Wichita down to San Antonio, draw that line north, 80% of the people in America live to the east of that line. 20% live to the west. You ask yourself, why is that? It's water. If you take all the large cities out, there's less than 4 or 5 million people live in 42% of the geographical area in the western part of the United States. And it's because of water. And I've been watching the last several years what's going on with the Colorado River. And I've been watching California. You realize, I don't know if any of you realize, since January, California's reservoirs went from very, very low to almost 100%. The Sierra Mountains, which hasn't had a great snowpack in a long time, the highest snowpack ever is 263%. Last night I was watching, it's one of the last things I like to do, and it's 289%. Utah has had snow after snow. The eastern side of the Rockies have had a lot of snow. They're predicting a lot of water to come down and fill up Lake Powell, Lake Mead, mainly Lake Powell. But then some of the things, when you think about water policy, you have to think in long snapshots. Something we're doing today, like this bill, is very important to stabilize what's going on. But we need to be looking to the future to how we can improve our situation. I'll tell you one of the things we're not doing right now, we need more runoff. We need to look at seeding the clouds. You know, two of the most important things about Lake Powell and Lake Mead is the hydro. It services 35 million people. But what a lot of people don't realize, Lake Powell would have been a dead pool, and probably Lake Mead, if it wasn't for the reservoirs we built, the Flaming George, the Navajo, and the Blue Mason. They kept them reservoirs on life support. And I went back and I looked at the dedication from John Kennedy of the Flaming George. Very big reservoir, straddles Utah, Wyoming, and it's really been the reservoir that kept Lake Powell, Lake Mead running for the last couple of years. And without that, we wouldn't have had power. But he talked about in his dedication when they fired that up, they'd been planning this for 50 years. We've got a lot of work in the western part of this state where it's dry. You go across Wikipedia, there's a lot of towns that have been lost. We need to figure out how to improve the water situation. We need to invest in reservoirs. We need to invest in seeding and other things to try to recharge the water system out there. If not, we're going to be like Israel. I mean, the western part of the state is, not Israel, I mean Saudi Arabia, where you have this underground aquifer, you use it up growing crops, and then there's nothing left. And they had to stop growing crops over there. They have to import them because there's no water left. And if we don't do something today and start doing things to improve the situation out there, to figure out how to get more water resources out there. I mean, in California, they're actually recharging their underground aquifers with the surplus water they have right now. We need to look at ways to invest. We need to work with our federal legislators to get more funding and different tools. Because one of the most important things this state has is the crops it grows. You know, the Colorado River, that compact was done in 1922. Las Vegas was 4,000 people. California, of the lower part of the compact, they get 49% of the water. A lot of that water goes to grow crops. I just had a salad down there that come from them crops. They don't have the water to grow the food that we need. We're going to have to import. So I really applaud the Senator Reichman and the chairman for what they're doing on this. But let's look at this as a start. We've got to do more, and we need to make this a priority if we want our state to be strong and viable into the future for the next 50 years. As the people, when they built the Flaming George Reservoir, that protected all them people having power. We need to look at what we can do more. So I'm going to support this bill, and I'll support other things if we can figure them out that will improve the water situation in the western part of the state, because we'll be able to grow more crops. There's never been a water project that's been built that we haven't figured out how to pay for. When they built the Hoover Dam, it cost $50 million. How much money you think Hoover Dam's made America? When they built the Erie Canal, it cost $8 million. They paid for it, and this was in the 1800s, in 10 years. We need to figure out how to invest and put money and how to improve our situation. It'll grow more crops, the farmers will be more profitable, and there'll be a payback to our state. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions for the senator from Meade? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do want to thank all the ones that responded and the questions we have. I move that when the committee rises and reports HB 2279 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 287, Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill affects the Silver Alert. For those who aren't aware, the Silver Alert is a public notice of a missing elderly person who may be promptly broadcast, and a search may be timely undertaken with the cooperation of the local law enforcement, the news media, and the general public in order to locate such person in time to avoid a serious harm. This was brought to us by the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities and the Autism Society. And basically, it's just to add to the missing elderly others who could be in danger of wandering off and harming themselves. So these would be 18 years old or older who has dementia, a developmental disability such as the autism spectrum or cognitive impairment. And I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and it reports favorably for passage, Senate Bill 287.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2302. Chair recognizes the Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chairman, I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you. Senate substitute for House Bill 2302 establishes funding for the state water plan and water infrastructure projects. This bill pays off reservoir debts and funds the state water plan. It also creates two funds, the State Technical Assistance Fund and the Water Projects Grant Fund. It authorizes the State Water Office to provide grants and adopt rules and regulations to establish criteria for grants, updating report requirements for the Kansas Water Authority, and makes technical amendments. It also prioritizes helping small municipalities with projects and leveraging state funds to access additional federal funds. So when you look at this bill, Section 1 and 2 deals with paying off Milford and Prairie Reservoir debt with the Army Corps of Engineers. It sets up $72 million supply debt payment for Milford and Prairie Reservoir account with the state treasurer. Due to the current low rates on the debts, the state treasurer would be required to invest the higher U.S. Treasury bills with the funds until the interest rate for the bill is equal to or less than the interest rate for debt payments. It allows the State Finance Council or Legislature in session to move the funds to pay off the debt. Lake debt retirement provides the state control of important water supplies for years in the future. What this covers and why you do this is in case we hit a drought and controlling the gates on these reservoirs, it's very important that we control that. And in order to control that, you have to pay the debt off. So that's why we've got that set up. And this has been talked over very carefully with the Water Office, State Treasurer, all parties concerned on that. Section 3 transfers of State General Fund to the State Water Fund. It transfers $35 million. It directs $5 million into the Technical Assistance Fund and $15 million into the Projects Grant Fund. Includes a 5-year sunset provision to provide for review of program spending and accountability. Addresses the need for new and existing employees, including engineers, geologists, hydrologists, environmental scientists, attorneys, resource planners, grant specialists, and any other similar positions. It continues all district reporting requirements in the State Water Plan Fund and applies these requirements to the two funds established in this bill. So when you move to Section 4, you're talking about the Technical Assistance Fund. That's administered by the Kansas Water Office and should be used to provide grants up to $1 million for planning, engineering, managing, and other technical assistance that could be necessary in the development of plans for water structure projects or for processing the grants and loan applications for such water infrastructure projects. The Kansas Water Office could offer services directly, provide funding to other organizations to provide services at no cost to the municipality unincorporated with a national park site or state historic site or special district related to water. Areas with fewer than 20,000 residents would be prioritized for the awarding of grants. This bill would require the Kansas Water Office to adopt rules and regulations to establish necessary criteria for the administration of the Assistance Fund. Section 5 moves into the grant fund. That's administered by the Kansas Water Office. The grant fund may provide up to $8 million in full or partial funding in the form of grants for construction, repair, maintenance, or replacement of water-related infrastructures and other related construction costs. The grant fund may provide matching money for grant or loan applications for water-related infrastructure projects. When you move into Section 6 and 7, it kind of is reporting requirements and cleanup. And Section 8 says that this act will take effect and be enforced at the publication of the Kansas Register. So a recap, we had 11 proponents, including the Kansas Farm Bureau, Kansas Livestock Association, Kansas Municipal Utilities, Kansas Rural Water Districts, and the League of Kansas Municipalities. In addition, there were 22 written proponents, testimonies, and 4 neutrals, which were state agencies. There was no opponents, and the House vote was 119-3. So at this point, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Butler? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, just again, I rise in very strong support for this bill. Clearly, it's the funding for the bill we heard just a minute ago. This whole effort is overdue and critical. And of course, there's some expense to it, but it is a far-sighted effort that will save Kansas big money in the long run. It will secure our future for our grandchildren and for their grandchildren. Thank you so much.
Additional questions for the Senator from Butler. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions. I just have a large thank you again to all the members of the House Water Committee that started this discussion, to the other members of the Senate Committee who reviewed this. And I do want to thank the Senator from Butler who's carrying this bill for his amendment that made the appropriation for the water supply storage debt payment come all at once this year rather than putting it off into 3 separate payments as was done in the bill as we received it from the House. I think that's important because it lets us focus the funds that we will have available on the future and not be granting some funds either through state general funds or the alternative that was proposed by the House, sales tax, because there would not be enough remainder. So anyway, I think this Senate substitute is a good response to what we received. And again, I'm strongly supporting it.
Any other questions for the Senator from Butler? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Water is one of the most important commodities we need to address in our state. Kansas water issues have been studied since the creation of the Kansas Water Commission in 1917. Both groundwater and surface water has been regulated since 1945. Think of the need for water in your everyday life, from drinking to washing clothes, from bathing to bathroom, irrigation to industry. Our future depends on water. We owe a big thank you to all the people who have worked on the water issues for years. The Legislature, Blue Ribbon Task Force, and the Joint Committee last summer, just to mention a few. This bill will bring Kansas more in line with neighboring states' commitments to water programs and provide the ability for a long-term plan to stabilize the state water supply. So basically, we're down to two parts to this bill: debt. Having these debts on our lakes for over 50 years, and there's 14 of them, and finally having them paid in full is a great financial step for our state. Paying off $52 million and saving approximately $1.5 million in interest annually is a wise move. Going home this session with lake debts paid in full will be something we all can be proud of on our list of accomplishments. We don't know what tomorrow holds for our economy. This debt is one less thing we need to consider in our plans. With excess funds this year, now is the right time and the right thing to do. Funding the state water plan has been kicked down the road long enough. It's time we pick up the can and do the right thing. Built into this bill has many parts: accountability, transparency, fiscal responsibility, funds to leverage grant opportunities, funding technical assistance, funding water projects. We have a plan, and now is the time to fund this plan. So for Chairman Kirshen and all the people of Kansas, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate substitute for House Bill 2302 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2114. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. House Bill 2114 is a bill that will rename the Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight to be the J. Russell Jennings Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight. For those folks that didn't have the opportunity to know Russ Jennings, he was considered amongst House and Senate members to be an expert with regard to juvenile and criminal law. He didn't just talk about it, but he walked the walk. Representative Jennings had vast experience before he even came to the legislature. He was a deputy sheriff and an undersheriff in the Kearney County. He received his law enforcement training in our facility in Hutchinson. He was a magistrate judge. He was the director of the Southwest Regional Detention Center for Kansas in Garden City. He did serve 5 terms, or was elected to 5 terms in the Kansas House. He was first elected in 2012. He served for 8 years on the Larkin City Council. Now, for those of you not that familiar with the Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, it's made up of 7 members from the House and 7 members from the Senate. And we meet during the interim every year. And we tick-tock back and forth as to whether it will be Senate or House leadership. In all the years that I served on the committee, there was always Russ Jennings serving as chair on the House. When it ticked back to the Senate, it was my first year, it was Senator McGinn, and from that point on, Senator Wilborn and I took turns. Everyone that worked on that committee with Representative Jennings knew that he understood and he believed in restorative justice. Everyone that worked with Representative Jennings on that committee knew it was absolutely critical that we protect the vulnerable rights of our youth, particularly our youth that were pulled into the system. And most of those kids were pulled into the system by no action of their own. They were victims of abuse or neglect by their parent or guardian. But what concerned him most was once our Kansas kids got pulled into the system, many of them were further harmed or scarred by the foster care system. And he was well aware that if we didn't work to protect them through the system, they would become crossover youth and they would end right up into the corrections system as well. That's why for him, restorative justice and receiving assessment and the services needed by those kids was so important. Now, to name a standing committee for an individual, it's rare, but in this case, it's appropriate. And it was a unanimous vote of the Joint Committee, the Committee of 2022, which I did have the privilege of chairing. It was the unanimous vote of the committee that we should have what's exactly in front of us, and that is House Bill 2114, so that as new people from the House or the Senate were appointed to this joint committee, they would be reminded of that leadership that came long before them. You know, one of the things that I liked most about Representative Jennings is he could tell right off if you were a newbie on the committee, you really didn't quite know it yet. But he was patient, and he found ways within the committee structure to bring you along so that you would have a better understanding, so that you would have a respect for what was and wasn't being done, and the changes that we needed to continue to strive for. I think for many of us, he was a model, and it's interesting because, you know, there were folks that could tell you stories about, ooh, what they really loved about Representative Jennings, but they likewise could tell you their frustration because he stuck firm to his beliefs. Their frustration was eventually he'd be bringing you along. He'd be bringing you on board so that you would support the issues that he was working toward. So, Madam Chair, I am going to pause at this time. Why is it that we're honoring and recognizing Russ Jennings? It's because we lost him too soon. He was just 66 years old. So I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Miami? Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The good senator from Miami articulated and covered it perfectly. I had the honor of serving as an alternate chair on that committee for a few years. And just like Senator Barnbrenner said, he would bring you along. And I was way behind, and it wasn't long. He was had me prompted and ready to go. This is the smallest thing that we could do for him. And so I just want to encourage everybody to vote for this. Of course they will. And what a great man he was. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add to my support for this. He was a mentor across the aisle when I first got in here in 2017 in the House. And I always appreciated his wry sense of humor and his deep knowledge of the process and people. So appreciate this being done. Thanks.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am pleased to join some of the remarks that have been made already regarding Russ Jennings, who helped so much to bring about what, as has already been said, with our Juvenile Justice Committee and our commitment to the way legislation would be promulgated with the big picture that he would bring and the manner in which he brought it. His wry wit, his affability, and his intellect were models for those of us who would always learn from him in that capacity. And I think it's fitting that hopefully there'll be a unanimous support for the renaming of this in his honor. He was a good legislator. He was a good person, and he brings a lot to this process. and makes Kansas, should make all Kansas proud, and as we memorialize and remember his name through this legislation. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I just want to echo what has already been said. I appreciate that the senator from Miami shared with us the background of Russ Jennings. I had the pleasure early in my career here in the Senate to serve on the Juvenile Justice Oversight the Correction and Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, as well as a special committee that was put in place that led to the passage of HB 367, the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, which Representative Jennings supported for the most part. I will say, we would not have many legislators that would come into the legislature, whether the House or the Senate, that would have the broad background that he had in working with juveniles and working in the field of corrections. So, whereas I've heard a number of my colleagues that are on the opposite side of the aisle of me, and of course Representative Jennings was as well, I will say at the same time, he always showed a lot of respect and patience with me as a legislator. So that was well appreciated, because I was looking to him for that kind of leadership that he had with the background that he came from. That my own background was not as extensive as his, so it was always appreciated. And I would agree, it's always unfortunate to see our colleagues leave us too soon.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to rise in support of House Bill 2114 and the comments made by other colleagues. I joined them. I also served on the Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee with Representative Russ Jennings, serving in the House. I've toured all of the state correctional facilities with him, and I like to talk, and he does too. Well, we would stop and we would talk with the inmates, and he would actually take pride in hearing from them of what type of job they were doing in the facility, and what they were going to do when they were released from prison. He always had the inmates in mind, and of legislation that he would support. Madam Chair and colleagues, what I remember most and will always remember about Representative Russ Jennings is, at the end of the day, on the elevator down to the parking garage, if I got on the elevator and he was there, and he would always say, "Hey, take the day off." And so, rest in peace, Representative Russ Jennings. Thank you.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Russ didn't have a license or certification to be a teacher, but he certainly was. And for the committee, one of the things that he knew was most important is field trips. And when we went to the different corrections facilities under his leadership, even when we spent an entire day touring the facilities, that was the best learning experience for committee members. So I do move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2114 favorably for passage. And I know that his family is watching, and I just want them to know Russ will forever be remembered. He is missed, but with the action of this legislation, he will, in the House and the Senate, in our state legislature, he will be forever remembered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 297. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 297 merely standardizes the definition of abortion in multiple statutes, and then it defines what it is not. So clearly it says such instruments or prescription is not an abortion if done with the intent to preserve the life or health of the unborn child, increase the possibility or probability of a live birth, remove a dead unborn child who died as the result of natural causes in utero, accidental trauma, or criminal assault on a pregnant woman or the unborn child, or remove an ectopic tubal pregnancy, and clarifies that abortion does not include any prescription, dispensive, administration, sale, or use of any method of contraception. And I will stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, just some comments. Last August, nearly 60% of Kansans, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents voted no on giving elected state representatives and state senators more power to pass laws regarding abortion. Yet here we are again, politicians inserting ourselves in the health care of others by deciding when we think a D&E counts as an abortion and when it doesn't. By deciding when a woman can be trusted to make decisions for herself and when she can't. By crafting definitions for future court cases, future amendments, future attempts to take away fundamental rights. In August, voters upheld the status quo because they know that abortion is personal. It can be complex, and it doesn't fit neatly into right or wrong because life's circumstances can't be neatly qualified as right or wrong. They said loudly and clearly, stop messing with this right. We trust our neighbors to make the decisions that make sense for their morals, for their faiths, and for their families. Just yesterday, Attorney General Chris Kobach's office argued in front of the Kansas Supreme Court and suggested that another constitutional amendment on abortion is possible. Kansas voters should listen to Chris Kobach and the legislators who support this legislation because they are making it very clear that they want to control these private decisions no matter what the voters say.
Other questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add that a definition, when you have people who are confused by is a tubal pregnancy, if that's ended, is that an abortion? If I take contraception, is that an abortion? By just clarifying this definition, of course, it's not controlling anyone. And with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, Senate Bill 297.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Substitute for House Bill 2016. The chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So imagine, if you will, you're one of our businesses here in Kansas and you've owned your business. Perhaps it's in McPherson County. You've owned your business since 2001. During the pandemic in 2020, you were ordered to close your business for several weeks, and you were finally up and running again, and you decided to engage in e-commerce, and you have a website, and you consulted with a web designer, help me design my website and get this up and running. So you do, and things are humming along, and all of a sudden, in about the fall of 2022, you start receiving these glossy flyers and mailers from New York law firms saying, well, hey, let us represent you in your lawsuit. And you're thinking, what lawsuit? And you keep getting them and you think they're a scam because, you know, you're not engaged in any New York litigation. And then you come to find out in January of 2023, you apparently are involved in some litigation in the state of New York because you are served with process and served with process to begin a lawsuit. And when you get served, you ask the courier, what's all this about? And the courier tells you, well, you're one of 6 other small businesses in the area that are getting sued by a New York law firm claiming that you have violated access to folks who cannot access your website because of their limitations, and you're being sued under the Americans with Disability Act in the state of New York. Now, we all know and are in agreement that the Americans with Disabilities Act is incredibly important, and we all acknowledge that legitimate ADA accessibility litigation should be protected. If you'll remember, when the ADA was signed into law by President George H.W. Bush, our very own Senator Bob Dole said the following. He said, "The ADA is fair and balanced legislation that carefully blends the rights of people with disabilities with the legitimate needs of the American business community." Unfortunately, that careful balance has been put out of balance by litigation like the one I told you about in McPherson County, Kansas. And it's out of balance because we have lawyers from other states, including New York, California, and others, that are dragging our Kansas businesses into other states alleging an access violation, primarily because of their website, that it doesn't have correct plugins to help those who have difficulty seeing or hearing, and that they're going to be sued and litigation is going to pursue. Now, you may not know, but the Americans with Disability Act, in striking the balance, here is what it did. It, first of all, said that relief for you, the plaintiff, the party aggrieved or alleging that you don't have access, you aren't entitled to monetary damages, but injunctive relief, meaning that you could get an order that the business do X, Y, or Z to help correct the access problem. What you are entitled to under the ADA is attorney's fees. So what has happened is law firms and attorneys have figured out we can go, and we have instances of this, they drive around and look at parking lots and see there might not be enough dedicated parking spots pursuant to the ADA and things like that. And they will bring this litigation to unsuspecting businesses, not to get money for their clients, not to even get real redress for the problem of access, but to get attorney's fees. Attorney's fees for the lawyer, which sometimes then are shared with the plaintiff. Oftentimes, there's no demand even made of the business. Hey, there's this access problem. Would you please fix it? My client cannot access your business. So there's no opportunity for the business to fix it before litigation is started. Even so, businesses like the one I've shared with you from McPherson County brought the Senate substitute for House Bill 2016 to the legislature to provide a remedy for businesses who are being subject to access litigation that isn't meritorious. We all want meritorious claims to proceed. What this bill does is it addresses the unmeritorious claims. What it does is it provides a cause of action here in Kansas, either for the business itself, who is being sued or potentially being sued, or the Attorney General to file a class action lawsuit to determine if the lawsuit claiming an access violation to the ADA community, whether it's abusive litigation or not. And it does that by having the trier of fact look at several factors about whether this attorney and law firm has filed similar suits, and where have they been and how many have there been, and other factors of that nature. And it also provides that any plaintiff who wants to pursue litigation could, as a preemptive measure, ask the Attorney General for written documentation that their claim has merit and is not abusive. If the defendant in the access litigation brings that civil action here in Kansas and gets a determination by the court, by the trier of fact, that this is abusive litigation, that person in Kansas could get attorney's fees for having to defend the out-of-state lawsuit and possibly some punitive damages if the court were to deem that were appropriate. Now, if the plaintiff in the access litigation prevails on the merits, then there wouldn't be any award of attorney's fees to the business because the business was found to have violated the ADA. There was opposition to the bill. You may have been receiving some emails about that. And let me quote to you what some of the opponents at the hearing said about the bill. First, the Disability Rights Center of Kansas acknowledged that these abusive lawsuits are a problem. The Disability Rights Center of Kansas had worked with proponents of the bill to try to craft the bill, and here's what they said. They said, "We understand the bill is in response to a wave of lawsuits filed by litigants with disabilities in other states claiming that the websites of public accommodations, those are businesses, in Kansas are not accessible to them." I'm again quoting, "The lawsuits are filed for the primary purpose of obtaining a settlement requiring the Kansas owners to pay attorney's fees to the plaintiff in order to avoid the cost of defending the lawsuit in another state. We also understand that the intent of the bill is to deter these out-of-state lawsuits by giving remedy to the Kansas Attorney General and Kansas residents to ask a Kansas court to find that the out-of-state lawsuits constitute abusive litigation." Remember, that comes from an opponent of the bill at the time of the hearing on the bill. Other opponents of the bill have said the same thing, that they acknowledge that these type of lawsuits are abusive and they are a problem. I'm quoting from another opponent who wasn't an opponent in the hearing, but has since, I think, emailed quite a few of us, has said, "Despite the clear intent of Congress when enacting the ADA, private remedies may have been abused. Following the enactment of the ADA by Congress, plaintiffs with disabilities and law firms collaborated to reap thousands of dollars in attorney's fees and monetary damages as permitted by state laws." Now remember, I said the ADA doesn't permit monetary damages, but certain state laws might. ADA is a federal statute. So even opponents of the bill acknowledge that these type of abusive lawsuits are a problem. At the hearing in committee, the Disability Rights Center of Kansas had 3 fixes for the bill, and 2 of those have been incorporated in the bill. One you'll find at section 1 of the bill, and it is a purpose statement about the bill, and I won't read it to you now, but it states that they see the need for the bill. You can find it again on page 1 in section 1 of the bill. The second proposal was that the bill be limited only to website access litigation. That wasn't incorporated into the bill, but possibly might be something we can discuss today. And the third proposal was to restrict the lawsuit that you could file here in Kansas to only litigation filed in another state. And that wasn't advanced or continued to be advocated for by the opponents because it would probably be unconstitutional to have a statute here in Kansas apply to some out of state, some not out of state, pursuant to the Privileges and Immunities Clause. So that one was dropped. So the bill goes a long ways towards and does meet a lot of the Disability Rights Center of Kansas opposition and would provide some relief for our businesses here in Kansas. I should mention that one of the other suggestions was that the bill be limited to businesses of 15 employees or less. Well, if you're filing abusive litigation, why should we limit it to an arbitrary number of 15 or fewer employees? If it's abusive to any business, big or small. So the bill is really about putting back in balance the ADA and providing proper protection for businesses here in Kansas who cannot afford to go out of state to litigate claims that really aren't meant to provide better access for the ADA community, or really to compensate a plaintiff who might have suffered some access restrictions that they shouldn't have otherwise. So with that then, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment. It's
Amendment number?
It's 1911.
Pause while that is distributed. Senator from Miami, do you wish to explain the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What my amendment does is it addresses the concern and the solution that was shared with me with regard to the Disability Rights Center's concern. They wanted to narrow this down so that it would be very specific to access to websites. And so that is what this bill or this amendment does. It takes us throughout the bill and it inserts that as an example, on the very first, it's abusive website violations. So abusive, and it limits it to websites. So that is my amendment, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Miami? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do apologize for doing this. I also have an amendment that I'm waiting on, so wanted to see if we could pass over the bill, or we could obviously dispense of the instant amendment, but I just did want to let you know about that, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we'll dispense with this amendment, and then we can pause for or pass over for your amendment.
I appreciate your indulgence. The revisor has been working hard on it, and I appreciate that. I would oppose this amendment because several different reasons. The first is that the bill's not necessary to address the problem. There are many existing remedies that already exist to address this problem of abusive litigation. The first is that prior to filing any case in Kansas, any attorney has to sign and represent to the court that the pleading is not being brought for any improper purpose. One of them would be to harass, cause unnecessary cost, expense, delay. And if a court finds that there's been a violation of that.
Point of order, are we talking about the amendment?
Sorry.
Or the bill?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, are you speaking to the amendment?
I was speaking in opposition to the amendment.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you.
On the amendment.
So I would oppose it for that reason, that this amendment is unnecessary. Further, in limiting it, this amendment is also, I would not support it because it doesn't limit it to small businesses. What we heard in testimony is that it's really our small business community that has been subject to these actions. And as far as I can tell in the amendment, there's still no limitation in size of business. And I think that when we look at this issue, we really want to be focused on our small businesses, our true mom and pops. Those are the ones that we learned about, that in the rare instances that these cases were brought, it was those. And so without having some sort of a size limitation, I wouldn't be able to support it. And additionally, this doesn't resolve what I think is a fairly sizable issue, which is I believe that our action in this space is preempted because there's already, as the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren laid out, this is, the backbone of this is the Americans with Disabilities Act. So I have real doubts that we can act in this space at all because we're essentially limiting what people can do at a state level to address a federally protected right that they have to do. So my big challenge with this amendment is, one, it doesn't address the need to really limit this to small businesses, still leaves a big impact to our blind community, and doesn't address the underlying preemption constitutional issues. So I'm going to be opposing this amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To be clear, when I explained my amendment, I never said it was addressing size of businesses. I was quite clear that it was addressing an ask that came from the Disability Rights Center and that we narrow it to website. With regard to our vision impaired population in the state of Kansas, there is nothing about this amendment that doesn't protect their rights. In fact, very specifically, there are guidelines as to what must be available on a website for those that are visually impaired, including those that are blind. So it would not trample in any way on the rights of Kansans or anyone outside of Kansas with regard to vision impairment when we're speaking to websites. If someone else wants to bring an amendment about what size a business is and litigation with regard to that, they're welcome to. But I brought the amendment that addresses the issue that was raised not only in the hearing, but before and after our hearing with the folks that represent different disabled groups within our state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess maybe we should allow the amendment to be moved, and then I will have a comment.
Anyone else seeking recognition? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I need to hear more about how, what this would look like for the person who is blind or deafblind in working with websites. I'm confused.
Senator from Miami.
Well, typically when concerns are raised about lack of access for individuals, when we're talking about websites, there are guidelines. So if you were to hover over an image, there should be an explanation that's shared with you as to what that image represented. That you should also, with your websites, have that it is available so that it could be spoken to you as far as the contents of the website. So there's all kinds of different criteria. In fact, our colleges and universities, particularly with regard to COVID, made sure that all of those types of accommodations were made available for students regardless of what type of disability they might have, including visual disability. When we moved for many of our community colleges and our universities, when they converted from face-to-face to virtual, they had to follow the ADA guidelines as far as what was acceptable use on websites. So this amendment narrows down what the complainant can make with regard to websites.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, in conversations with my blind and deafblind constituents, they have real concerns. I don't understand, of course, what their difficulties are in detail when they're on a website, but sounds like if you have to hover over something, how do you find it to hover over it? I guess I was just trying to get a picture of what that would look like for them, because they have deep concerns even with this amendment.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't speak to what those specific deep concerns might be. What I can speak to is that individuals that represent the Disability Rights Center and those that came and testified in our committee indicated that they would prefer that the legislation be narrowed to application of just violations on websites. And so that is exactly what this amendment does. It narrows that application to websites and non-ADA compliance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate that's the case. The folks who suggested this amendment don't deal with simply blind or deafblind folks. There's many different kinds of disabilities, and for most of them beyond, except for the blind and deafblind, that works just fine, and that's seems like a good solution. But it does leave out all of our Kansas blind and deafblind folks. I think I'm going to have to oppose this amendment.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know how it leaves out anyone with any disability. What it leaves out is frivolous lawsuits that go beyond the scope of website compliance.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you. I rise in support of the amendment. Want to remind the body that the Disability Rights Center of Kansas, who the good senator from Sedgwick said represents all types of Kansans with disabilities. This was the second of their 3 suggestions about how to revise the bill. And I want to quote, secondly, DRC proposes to revise the text to add website before access wherever it appears throughout the bill to further define its limited scope. An example of the revision is in line 2 of our proposed section 1 above. Section 1, remember, is the mission statement kind of and the purpose of the bill that was added into the bill. Quote, this section shall be known and may be cited as the Act Against Abusive Website Access Litigation, close quote. So this is a proposed amendment by the DRC itself to the bill. And again, that's why I stand in strong support of the amendment.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The amendment is adopted. We'll return to the bill and continue discussion on it until that is exhausted, at which time we will pass over it, awaiting an amendment. Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to put a little more information on the table and put an exclamation point on what we're talking about. It's been found the plaintiff's attorney, who is suing my constituent, Senate District number 35, has filed over 800 lawsuits against small businesses since 2020. Not one have been found or gone to trial, and these predatory tax practices are designed to do one thing, and that's to reach a settlement, but not fix the issue.
Further questions or comments on the bill? Seeing none, we will pass over Senate substitute for House Bill 2016, awaiting an amendment. We will move now and turn our attention to Senate Bill 314. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill. No committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 314 is regarding COVID vaccines for children. We have had the assurances from the Secretary of the Kansas Department of Health and Environment that she has no consideration and has not attempted to add COVID-19 vaccine to the Kansas vaccination requirements or schedule. However, we do know that the CDC still recommends it for them. So recommending, of course, is different than mandating. So all that 314 does is codify into law that the Secretary cannot mandate or require a COVID-19 vaccine for any child care for in a child care facility or enrolling in school. And I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Would the senator stand for a question?
She's standing for questions.
Senator, you said that this bill, Senator SB 314, only pertains to the COVID-19 vaccination. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Senator from Johnson.
And
Senator from Wyandotte.
excuse me, Mr. Chairman, my fault. I heard you mention the fact that the Secretary of Health and Environment have you seen any evidence that there is any kind of movement towards adding the COVID-19 vaccination to our shot protocol in Kansas?
Senator from Johnson.
As I mentioned, I have not. However, again, when we put something into law, it's not regarding the current secretary, would be any secretary.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Could you take the body through the process of any kind of vaccination being added to the list and the last time that one was added?
Senator from Johnson.
I cannot, and I do not see that as relevant, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I think it is relevant because that hasn't occurred for some time, and it isn't a decision that's made by the secretary. It's made by an advisory committee that's made up of health experts, and so that they go through quite a protocol to come to that decision, and it's not driven by CDC. It's driven by that decision that best fits the state of Kansas. So this is just another, this bill is just another opportunity to restrict the ability and the responsibilities of the Secretary of Health and Environment when it comes to health safety in Kansas. It's unnecessary. There's no indication that that COVID-19 has ever even been brought up as a discussion. We as Kansans have the ability to make that decision whether we want to have the shot. I do, and I have, and I've had the booster as well. And the same thing for our children as the efficacy has proven that it's safe. So this just is directed towards taking away or saying that the secretary should not have that authority when we need to have experts in the field looking at what is best health-wise for Kansas. And the legislature is, through this piece of legislation, it's a bill looking for a problem that's not even there. So I see it totally as being unnecessary.
Senator from Johnson.
Mr. Chair, I would just say that this maintains the parents' ability to make those decisions for their child.
Further questions for the carrier of Senate Bill 314? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask this question in caucus, and we ran out of time. And I was just curious, though, would this legislation require the same thing, or what would be the difference or in it of, like, when I was in school, there were people that were Jehovah's Witnesses, and so they didn't take certain immunization shots, and so they the process in the school of parents contacting the superintendent or principal back in the day when I was there. So how would that work, or does it affect that process or concern at all?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill does not address any of the exemptions or either of the exemptions.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, so just again, the main crust of, or I don't want to call it that, the main purpose and the intent of the legislation then, just for clarification. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson. Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
So I'm sorry if I was misunderstood, and I think my voice faded away after the pizza. But so I was asking if the gentlelady could just explain then the main intent of the legislation. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did misunderstand. I thought she said she was just giving a clarification of her point. The purpose of this bill, as stated, is to make sure that any Secretary of Health or Environment cannot mandate a COVID or a COVID vaccine for a child.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question.
Please continue.
I know that COVID has been changing or mutating. So what happens when it's no longer COVID-19 but might be COVID-21? Do we have to come back and redo our statutes?
Senator from Johnson.
The purpose of the Secretary of Health is to recommend and educate us on the concerns, and then, as was mentioned before, the individual and parents can decide if they feel like this is something that they want to have for their child.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is very targeted and specific legislation that, again, is probably looking for a problem. I do not want to be so specific in our bills. I think it's much better to have that group that looks at all the vaccinations. Again, this is not a problem. We have never, as far as I know, required that flu shots be given for students in schools. And I think what we're seeing in COVID may be very close to what's happening in flu. This is different from some of the other childhood diseases. I object to this legislation.
Further questions on Senate Bill 314? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, Senate Bill 314.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Division's been called for. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Twenty-three having voted in favor and 9 against, the motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 301. The chair recognizes the senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you. Senate Bill 301 comes to you from Transparency and Ethics. It will require an annual filing of a statement of substantial interest by local government officers. The bill would also require a copy of each statement of substantial interest to be submitted to the Secretary of State. Current law requires elected and appointed officers to file statements of substantial interest when filing for candidacy or after being appointed to fill a vacancy in an elective office, and if any change occurred in the individual's substantial interest. The bill states, upon receipt, the receiving office shall submit a copy of such statement to the Secretary of State. Most often, these are currently filed with our county clerks, with a few exceptions to a city clerk, according to the League of Municipalities. It was noted in committee, after a local candidate office holder files an SSI, they do not file a new report unless their interests change. If someone's interests change, they do not file a new report, there is no meaningful way for the public or enforcement entities to know that unless someone reports the issue to a DA or county prosecutor, and they in turn enforce the law. A question asked and answered in committee, a local government official does not include precinct committee people, only includes elected officers of governmental subdivisions, which would not include precinct committee people. An amendment was added which would exempt elected or appointed officers of townships or school districts from the annual filing requirements. This bill was brought to us by the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn, after hearing a bill in local government, Senate Bill 86, which failed to get out of committee. 86 was introduced by the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, as a way to address conflicts of interest and ethics as a result of solar and wind power development in communities. There were two proponents, Senator McGinn from Sedgwick County and Jay Hall from the Kansas Association of Counties. The League of Kansas Municipalities were neutral. There were no opponents, and there is no fiscal note. I am ready for questions, and I do believe there is a friendly amendment coming for just some cleanup from the committee works, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for the senator from Cloud? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question for the carrier of the bill.
Please continue.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear, just for clarification. You mentioned school districts. Does this also apply to city officials and county officials?
Senator from Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it does. People who are currently filing these will continue to file, but they'll have to do it on an annual basis. And then the report would be submitted to the Secretary of State's office.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another question. So in my community, we do fill out the conflict of interest form, substantial conflict of interest form, every year. So am I to understand maybe that's not being submitted to the Secretary? And it's just being kept local?
Senator from Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's correct. It's only being filed with either your county clerk or in some instances the city clerk, according to the League. It is not submitted to the Secretary of State, which this bill would require.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator from Riley.
Appreciate it.
Further questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the overview that's been brought by the Chair, Transparency and Ethics, on whose committee membership I'm a member. And some of the questions that continue to linger with me were addressed by the Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy just a moment ago. Transparency is important, especially when it comes to those who hold elected office. We want to ensure that any potential conflicts are resolved, not just as we do now as state elected office holders, but also at the local level. My concern, and again, I know the senator from, or my ongoing concerns, Mr. Chair, as somewhat alluded to, was how deep do we go with these? You know, many of our townships and many of our areas, it's difficult to get people to run for office. You can't always find people that want to, and the more burdensome it becomes, like in this case, an annual report, if you're going to be on a local board that you must file, may dissuade, at least in my opinion, Mr. Chair, could dissuade candidates, good candidates, from running. They just don't want the headache or the hassle. There have been other discussions along this line. I won't go down that rabbit hole for the sake of time, but there have been some discussion about electronic-only filing, for example, for these reports. And I've been concerned because Some people don't have access to electronics and don't know how to file their financial and now substantial interest reports only online, which is where this eventually is going to go anyway. So I just continue to be concerned with the level of reporting, to what depth we have to go to assure the public that we are limiting conflicts of interest. And I think that this is a little bit heavily bureaucratic, a little more bureaucratic than some of us are comfortable with when it comes to some of these smaller held offices, elected offices as well. I do understand that some are concerned about the big picture, about, you know, transmission lines and easements and, you know, utilities and what have you, and who might be benefiting. But in a very real world application, when the nuts and bolts of this are put together, it's the small office holder, the little office holder, those who are relying on a couple hundred votes or fewer that are having to file these seemingly unnecessary reports that are really going to be the ones that think twice about whether or not they even want to hold office. Thank you.
Senator from Cloud, do you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do. We did have an amendment which passed in committee which would exempt officers of townships and would exempt school districts, which currently have to, the school districts currently have to apply now. So we are lightening it, if you want, with that. We do have a cleanup amendment that comes a little more clarification with that too. But the small ones mentioned, townships in particular, are exempt with our committee action.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, but support of this bill. I originally brought a bill that was focused primarily on county commissioners with regard to approval for renewable projects because we found numerous examples within the state where county commissioners who had substantial interest were approving this against the will of a vast majority of their county residents. Republic County comes to mind, where they approved a very large project for NextEra, and all three county commissioners who approved the project had either signed leases or had family members who signed leases or had some connection to the wind company. That just stinks to high heaven of corruption. And we need to know where these kind of things lie, particularly with regard to utilities, because a decision like that also provides potential for eminent domain issues. It'll have long-lasting effects on a county. Some of those leases are 90 years. So this just allows for the voters to see where those substantial interests lie, not only for renewables, for any big decision in a county, because they can have huge impacts on that county, and the voters do deserve to know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there was mention of an amendment, and I do have one on this bill. I've turned it in. It's 1955.
Pause for distribution. Thanks. Senator, please explain your amendment.
I would like to, thank you. The committee did talk about the additional requirement that this annual filing would make on elected or appointed officers of a township or a school district, and made an amendment to eliminate those. It's a little difficult in writing this bill because it does require now annual filing for those members of city commissions or county commissions. So in making this change, wording was struck to say of any year if during the preceding calendar year any change occurred. So this amendment would still let the elected and appointed officers of a township or school district not have to make the filing unless there has been a change in that previous calendar year. So I think this would go back to the situation that we were with those elected or appointed officers of townships or school districts, and would just make the new annual filing required of city or county commissions, other elected officials, unless, again, they were only asked to do that when they have a substantial change. Now they have to do it annually. The elected and appointed officers of a township or school district would only have to refile again if there had been a change. Is that confusing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is attempting to clean up an amendment that we have which we didn't quite get right, that the reviser caught after the fact. So it's a friendly amendment and only makes the bill better with the intent that we had. Thank you.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if it cleans it up and makes it better, or if it reverts to something previously that the committee had excised out, that being, again, those that are in school districts. And that's the big one for me, is I know my school district members, and I know other people are concerned about utilities and all that, but I'm talking about the little school district person that may have to file. I was wondering if the senator from Douglas bringing this could help me or help us to understand better what a, quote, change is that occurs. Is this an automatic, how would the senator from Douglas classify what the change would be in such individuals' substantial interests? And S, A, and B, Mr. Chair, is this a self-policing matter, or would that have to be brought to the attention of the member that they must now file?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll answer the first part, or the second part first, which is this is essentially self-policing. We all, as members of the legislature, file these reports each year. A change in that report would be a new business that you owned, a new property that you owned, a new substantial gift that you had received. Those would be things that would be a change. So you can look at your statement of substantial interest and say, did I sell any property? Did I sell any stock? Did I acquire more? And then submit that change. So right now, these members of the townships and school boards are required to submit a new statement of substantial interest if there has been a change.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank Senator for that response. I'm just trying to look at how this actually works in real life, how this would work in real life. Someone acquires, or a member, and I'm sorry to harp just on school board members, but those are the ones, frankly, that I'm concerned with. They are the smallest members of elected members that we have. And so a school board member were to purchase a piece or were to acquire another piece of property during this calendar year, and because that member, because she or he is a member of the school board, self-policing, if this is adopted, then they must file or list that, especially if there's something, some pecuniary or some interest in there, like it's a income-producing property somehow, they would have to file or update their statement of substantial interest if this were to be adopted.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as they do now. Currently, if you're a member of a township board or a school district board, when you're elected, that year you need to require or file a statement of substantial interest, and you are required to file a new statement of substantial interest each time something has changed. What we did in the bill was eliminate the, take out the annual requirement of filing whether there was a change or not for townships officials and school board officials. So this amendment would go back to the current requirements for school board officials and township officials. The bill itself changes the requirements for filing for other elected officials, such as city commissioners or county commissioners, and it requires them to file annually.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Finally, thank you again, Senator from Douglas, Mr. Chair. You know, I did not know that this would return us to current law. I'm not a member of the school board. I don't know if there are any school board members among us. Mr. Chair, very well could be. But if they are now filing this, if that's current law, then I'm remiss. I will say this, full disclosure, I am a member of a local board. I sit on our local utility board, the BPU, and I buy and sell and acquire quite a bit of real property in the course of any given year, and I have not filed any ongoing statement or change in statement of substantial interest, and certainly if I'm in any way in violation, I'll get with the Secretary of State and go back retroactively and put that together. So I say that because I'm not aware of that being current law, really, that it's current law. And if there are some school board members who are doing that already, they can clear it up with me. And if we're just going back to that, then I'll be fine and have no further questions or opposition to this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, do you care to respond?
Just to reiterate that this does take us back to current law for those members of a township board or a school board.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've sat on a lot of boards over the years, especially bank boards. We have to do an annual, we're required by law to list everything we own. So that's not a big deal. In my mind, how this really should work, and I don't have a problem with the amendment, I support it, but, you know, should file that original substantial interest. We should be able to go in there, and if there's no changes, to just do a quick okay and no changes. And if there's annually, how it really should work, if there are changes, we ought to be able to have a quick sheet to where we can update the changes instead of filing a brand new one every year. We could do quick updates, but hopefully maybe when they're in conference, they could look at that. So I am a true believer of everybody filing you know, their current assets if they do change within a year, because I think it's important for the public to know what you hold and what you don't. And when that changes, to make sure you're not doing business with yourself or your friends. And, but I think we could simplify this by, if there's no change, to just have a box there saying there's no change in my substantial interest, put a date in there and do a digital signature I do it on real estate, a lot of documents all the time. It can be done and filed. I think if you're in these offices, you ought to be able to comply that much, but I'm going to talk to the conference committee chair and see if, we can't just maybe improve the whole process. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Douglas? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I file my statement of substantial interest electronically, and because of that, it is pretty simple. I can just go in and change the year, and if I need to make another change, note that. So, to go back to current law for school board members and township officers, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are back on Senate Bill 301. Further questions for the carrier of Senate Bill 301? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in closing, all we're doing here is having the people who currently do this do it annually and be transparent where it's filed at the Secretary of State's and not at the local level. So just keep that in mind. And I just wanted to note that in the League's testimony with the framework of 301, which was passed in the 1990s, they said this bill reflects what they recommend as a practice to file annually, as it's worth it if it can help one individual holding public office to avoid unintentionally running afoul of the act. And the Kansas Association of Counties supported this level of transparency for local government officials to match that of state government officials. With that, Mr. Chair, I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 301 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2160. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen. Nope. Oh, we have the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
House Bill 2160 provides for cotton producers that want to haul their bales on a truck that has cradles and stakes, sideboards that are at least 12 inches high. They can haul them anywhere in the state without securing them. If you want to haul it on a normal flatbed, you still have to provide the securement. This bill, when it was originally introduced, would have cost us $17 million in MCSAP funds because it was not limited to just the producers. The House limited it to the producers and sent it over to us. It does not cost us any funds. The Senate added in sideboards. With that, I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question. Were there any objections or concerns from the Kansas Corporation Commission about these changes?
There were no
Sedgwick.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. There were no objections after the House amended it just to producers. They were extremely concerned when it was going to cost them $17 million in MCSAP funds. They were in the hearing while we had the hearing.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We had a little confusion about that in our caucus, so I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Further questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the committee rise and report House Bill 2160 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2346. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2346 comes to us from the House on a vote of 116 to 6. This bill would authorize a Back the Blue distinctive license plate to be issued in support of law enforcement and to provide funds raised from purchasing this plate for the Kansas chapter of Concerns of Police Survivors. Proponent testimony came from the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Peace Officers Association, and the Kansas Sheriff's Association. The Senate Transportation Committee amended the bill to add the contents of Senate Bill 229, which is the City of Topeka distinctive license plate to promote pride in our capital city and use the new City of Topeka flag as the design background. I actually have one here on my desk if anybody wants to take a look at that. It's fully supported by the Greater Topeka Partnership and all of the folks that work on making our city a better place. The contents we also added were the contents of Senate Bill 130, which would require a county designation, the two-letter county designation, on license plates, which would be helpful to law enforcement. We did exempt the Congressional Medal of Honor license plates from this requirement because of their unique design requirements. And lastly, we added the contents of House Bill 2149, which allows any distinctive license plate to also be personalized. This removes the need to choose between a distinctive license plate or a personalized license plate. It's believed that this is going to be quite popular. There were no opponents to any of these bills. As I said in caucus, this is a feel-good, happy bill, and I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Shawnee? Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much. I move that when the committee rises in report, it report House Bill 2346 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cowley, Senator Alley, for a motion to rise and report progress.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? Chair recognizes Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Ways and Means will have a real brief meeting at the rail.
Yes, the chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator of House Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just wanted to say to Senator Dan Kirshen from Sedgwick County that we're glad he's back. And thank you.
Welcome back. Yes, Savannah. I do have an announcement. The legislative Bible study is tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. if we're done here in the room 142 South. Are there any other announcements?
Yes.
For recessing?
Mr. Vice
Chair
President.
recognizes
Mr. Vice President?
Excuse me.
Yes. Yes,
The Senator from
yes,
Wyandotte,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Haley.
I just wanted to introduce, I had a very special guest, John David Smith from Wyandotte County, who's been shadowing. He's been here today, a long time follower, and he's here with us today from Wyandotte County. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Welcome to the Senate. Seeing no other announcements, the chair recognizes this Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Commerce will meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning in our normal room for a hearing on Senate Bill 38. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. Seeing no other announcements, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Majority Leader Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Upon recess, the Republicans will caucus in room 548. At this time, I yield to the senator from Douglas, Senator
Chair
Francisco.
recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Upon recess, the Senate Democrats will caucus in room 287 North. I yield back to the senator from Cali.
Senator from Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess to the sound of the gavel.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The Senate is recessed.
Senate will come to order. Consideration of motions to concur, non-concur. Chair recognizes Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine on SB 17.
I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 17 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, and Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine on SB 27.
I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 27 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. On SB 44, Chair recognizes Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 44 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman to be our conferees. On SB 85, Chair recognizes Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 85 and request a conference committee be appointed.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher as our conferees. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine on SB 119.
Mr. President, I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 119 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, and Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. On SB 131, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to SB 131 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. On SB 66, Chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 66 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes. On SB 123, Chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 123 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Miami, Senator from Baumgartner, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes to be our conferees. On SB 75, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 75 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson to be our conferees. On SB 115, again, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 115 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, and Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson to be our conferees. On 189, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 189 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson to be our conferees. On SB 217, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 217 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Wilburn as our conferees. On SB 228, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the conferees on that last one got messed up a little bit. If you could just probably need to restate them.
Chair appoints on Senate Bill 217, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm not even sure what I read wrong. So.
You got it.
No.
I move the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 228 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. And finally, on SB 243, back to Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 243 and request a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, and Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson to be our conferees. Senate will now return to the Committee of the Whole with Senator Clays in the chair.
We will now turn our attention to Senate Substitute for House Bill 2053. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate sub for House Bill 2053 would amend election laws to provide for a presidential preference primary. This will be held on March 19th, 2024. It would also establish voter registration and voting procedures for the election. This would pertain primarily to the two major political parties, and either party would have the option to opt out if they so chose to do so. All they would have to do if the party decided not to be part of the presidential primary would be to provide a written notice to the Secretary of State on or before December 1st of 2023. This also provides for two different ways for a presidential candidate to file, and a presidential nomination would be required to file one of the following with the Secretary not later than 12 noon on the date that's 60 days prior to the presidential preference primary. That's a declaration of intent to become a candidate filed by the candidate and accompanied by a fee of $10,000, or a petition in the form prescribed by continuing law signed by not less than 5,000 registered electors. As I said, this does set out the election procedures. This would really provide for an awful lot more people to be involved in the primary process rather than the caucus process like we have now, particularly if you have a very large field of nominees for the primary. March 19th is kind of a sweet spot there. There would still attract a lot of voters because of the early nature of that primary. And this is not unprecedented. We've done it two other times in Kansas history, in 1994 and 1980. This bill would just provide for this one presidential primary. If we decided at some date that it worked better than the caucus process, we could make it permanent. But this just provides for the primary rather, for next year. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
Amendment number?
1976. That is poetic.
We will pause to distribute. The amendment appears encyclopedic. Would you care to explain?
I would be glad to explain, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this amendment would change all primary elections to the second Tuesday in June, which is a bill that I know the chairman had introduced. So I think that it is something that we need to look at for a couple of reasons. One, the main reason is that $5 million fiscal note on 2053 goes away. And then, but what this does is it does move the primary elections to June, and it moves every deadline that we currently have, like the June 10th filing deadline, it would move it 2 months back to April 10th. It moves every deadline that we have back 2 months. With that, I would stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would hope that the body would support it. It would save us on a $5 million fiscal note. It would also let everyone know every year that we have primaries the first Tuesday of every month in June from here on out, and we would never have to discuss a presidential primary again. It would be covered. With that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. Motion fails. Back on the bill. Questions for the Senator from Johnson. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask a question of the carrier?
You may.
Do you know what the fiscal note is for this bill?
Between $4 and
Senator
$5 million.
from Johnson.
Oh, sorry about that.
Senator from Johnson.
Okay, thank you. It would be between $4 and $5 million, according to the Secretary of State's office.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've been here a long time, and we've had caucuses ever since I've been here. Most of the time, we haven't had the money to have a primary. I'm just thinking, you know, what good we could do with that $4 or $5 million. I mean, we're going to have water issues in the future. We got special need kids that need services. Who knows what? We're spending money like it's going out of style right now, and I know $4 or $5 million isn't much for a presidential primary. We've done it a couple times, yeah, but it's not needed. I think we should stick with what we've been doing. It works pretty good here in Kansas. Caucuses, you know, let our parties get their people out. They can caucus. I mean, we had multiple locations over the years. I've been doing it in Johnson County that you could go to, and each county does a good job of organizing them caucuses. They raise money at them caucuses for their local parties, you know, so it helps them pay the bills, and I know it's quite a job for the parties, but you know, it's just the presidential race that we're doing. And so to have a primary, a one-time specialty primary, I'm sure there's people who come out, but it's going to be so far down the line that I don't know if Kansas will be, it might already be decided by then. And wow, that'd be $4 or $5 million we could use doing important stuff. Not that elections not important, but I mean, half the states in the country are around that, have caucuses, and it's been working so fine. I'm not going to support this bill. I think it's just we could better use the money, and what we're doing is working, or we would have not used that process for so long. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments, but I do believe that there is some valid reasoning for allowing more participation in the voting process, particularly in presidential election. The nice thing about the primary is that it would be an all-day affair. It would allow for voters who could not attend the caucus to have a voice, and it would expand the turnout. Some of the money from the filing fees would obviously go to defray some of the costs, and that would come out of state general fund, of course. But the big thing would be there would be thousands more Kansans that would have access to having a say over who Kansas selects for that presidential primary position for the candidate. It would also put Kansas in a position on that March 19th date of being far more important and possibly attract more of the candidates for president to this state. Because on a March 19th date, it is the earliest date where we can have a winner take all, at least under the Republican rules. And therefore, all of our electors would be up for grabs. And after Super Tuesday, when we start weeding out some of these primary candidates, Kansas would all of a sudden become far more appealing to some of those candidates. And we always complain that they overlook us. We're out here in flyover country, so this may alleviate some of those issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions, but I do have a few comments. I appreciated the opportunity to sit in on the hearing for this bill in federal and state affairs. I have served a number of years in this body, and we have put off the presidential primary. So it has been in our statutes, but we have not taken advantage of that. I was very pleased to see the turnout of voters when the Democratic Party had an election by mail-in ballot. And it really was more convenient to people than the caucuses had been. We got a lot more participation. This really is saying that we have trust in our election officers and that they can run a fair and impartial election. I think that's the group of people that have been trained and had experience doing this work. So I don't know that it's a perfect bill yet. I know that there's still some questions, but I would support this bill and hope that it could be the first among a series of presidential primaries in Kansas.
Further questions for the carrier. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
No questions, Mr. Chair, but another comment as a senator from Douglas, preceding comment was, we've been through this quite a bit. I'm, of course, the senior member of our Senate, and this has come up every 4 years. I was also, I don't know if you knew this, Mr. Chair, I was actually the nominee for Secretary of State in 2002 and 2006. And one of the big issues that I ran on was ensuring that we have as many elections and that they were as well managed as possible. And every year, or every 4 years, we've had this same debate. It was, not to be partisan, but it was the Republican Party that did away with having the presidential primaries in the state. I was, and I've been trying to find my explanation of vote. One year, I was the one vote to make sure that this stayed in place, to make sure that we did have it. And what they said, I mean, the only one of the Senate to do it. There was unanimous consent to do away with it because of the cost. And the cost still remains. And my quote then, which I can't find, it's in an EOV in one of these dusty books or online somewhere, but whatever that amount was, I think it was $1.5 million way back when, is a small price to pay for democracy and for having the ability to be heard or having elections that someone would speak to. I'm not going to flip-flop on that now, even though there's no reason for my party, the Democratic Party, to pay this unnecessary expense to decide who our nominee will be. Well, I don't know, maybe they will. There might be, the way things are going, but want to say that I historically have supported us bearing the cost, even though I do disagree with the carrier of the bill. I think the decision is already going to be made by the date in terms of whom the nominees will be in both parties. By the time this date comes around, it's going to be over. I mean, it'll be pretty much over, and I don't think you need to winnow it down any further. But perhaps I'm wrong. And again, in the interest of democracy and us participating, I'm glad to see that we will be again returning to that which we historically had until maybe just 20 years ago or so. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could the carrier please kind of lay out how many primaries would precede this across the country?
Senator from Johnson.
I need to check on that. I know that there are 37 states that do primaries. I'm not sure how many precede us. Hold on. About halfway through. It'd be about 22 to 24 states, approximately.
Senator from Brown.
Mr. Chairman, also, I need a little clarity also. If he could explain, please, the cost of this is borne by whom? The state or the counties? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson.
Is borne by the state. The state reimburses the counties for this. And again, the fiscal note, not clear, between $4 and $5 million. So you spread that over the 4-year period. It's about $1 million per year, but it would be borne by the state general fund.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises to report, it report Senate sub for House Bill 2053 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2326. The chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
The Scrap Metal Theft Reduction Act was established in approximately 2015 because of the huge amount of thefts that was going on for copper, stealing air conditioners, everything. And we needed a way to track some of that to stop the market of those high-dollar metals. If you look on the bill, it outlines all the things that must come under this compliance. Utility access covers road, bridges, all that business. What this bill here does is 3 particular things. House Bill 2326, as amended, would extend the sunset date on the Scrap Metal Reduction Act from July 1st, 2023 to July 1st, 2028. It would also specify regulated scrap metal under the Act includes catalytic converters as defined by the bill. In addition, it would talk about dust and remnants of some rare earth metals such as platinum, uranium, and the bill would also prohibit scrap metal dealers to make purchases from certain unauthorized sellers, as described by the bill, of any catalytic converter that has a defaced identification mark or owner-applied paint or identification number or has been intentionally altered by removing or obliterating the make, model, or manufacturer number. The bill would also prohibit the unauthorized sale of any byproduct of dust, as I said before, containing platinum, palladium, and rhodium under this act. This bill was requested by the Kansas Association of Chief of Police, Kansas Peace Officers, the Kansas Sheriff's Association. In addition, there was proponent testimony written from the Auto Dealers Association, the Utilities Cooperative Council, and the National Insurance Crime Bureau. With that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for any questions.
Questions for the senator from McPherson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move that when the committee rises and report, it report House Bill 2326 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2325. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee, oops, no, I don't. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2325 concerns the Healthcare Provider Insurance Availability Act and regards professional liability insurance from the Healthcare Stabilization Fund. You may recall that the Liability Stabilization Fund is self-funded, and it allows maternity centers, healthcare providers to participate to get a lower cost for their liability insurance. For several years now, the birthing center located in Kansas City area in Overland Park, there was also one in Wyandotte County, was having difficulty getting liability insurance. They were trying to fit within the fund. Without being able to do that, they were forced to close their Wyandotte County Center. We're hoping that that can be reopened. The new birth center has figured out a way by working with the fund chairperson to be able to finally do that this year. And that's what this bill would accomplish for any of the maternity centers like that in this birth center. So it does provide under this licensed definition of maternity center, which is a facility that provides delivery services for normal, uncomplicated pregnancies. It also will add 219 that we already passed this body with 26 votes that was introduced in the Senate committee. And if 219, if you recall, also is regarding this fund, and it allowed that any facilities that provide elective abortions could not participate in the fund. And I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, that it reports favorably for passage Senate Bill House Bill 2325.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2225. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2225 passed out of the House, 120 to 1. Pretty simple what the bill does. We've changed current law. It's under FERC. It's the rate of return that they can get on their transmission delivery charge, and it's currently 10.3%. This bill will change that to 9.3. We're going to see a savings in the, let's see, I got the different groups here, $9 million roughly in the Evergy Central customers and $1.6 million in the Evergy Metro customers. This bill is going to save a lot of money for our users, our power users. The parties all come together. KCC filed this bill, but all the parties come together, work together to get this reduction, work together. So with that, I'll just stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a 2225 is a great bill, and I appreciate the work of the chairman on this, and I want to make it just a little bit better. So I have an amendment, number 1930. I have turned it in.
Pause for distribution. Senator, please explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to. The amendment is basically the contents of Senate Bill 312 that was heard last week in my absence in the Local Government Committee. Appreciate the chairwoman of the committee having a hearing. What this bill does is it says that before eminent domain can be used in regards to a transmission line or utility, the county commission has to approve it. It doesn't stop eminent domain from being used. It simply says that in any county that wants to have that go through, the county commission has to approve it.
Questions for the senator from Cherokee? Senator from Johnson. Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think it'd be better to let this stay in committee and not have this amendment on the floor, but I think I'm going to challenge germaneness.
The germaneness of the amendment has been challenged. The Rules Committee will convene, make a determination. The senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, is replacing the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, as a member of the Rules Committee. The senator from Johnson, Senator Corson, is replacing the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, as a member of the Rules Committee. For a ruling on the germaneness of the amendment, the chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, which reflects the old House Bill 3012, has merit. So it's not a reflection on the quality of the contents. However, it does not match the Chapter 66 the underlying bill is in. This addresses KSA 26. It would introduce a new subject, and it would change the title of the bill. So therefore, we ruled it germane. Not germane.
The amendment has been ruled not germane. We're back on the bill. Senator from Cherokee. return to the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I'm definitely sympathetic to what the senator from Cherokee is trying to do. I think that's something next year we ought to look at a little more. So I definitely understand what he's trying to do, and so I think we should look at that next year.
Further questions on the bill? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think that next year is almost too late for what's going on in our Senate districts, and the good senator from Cherokee knows it. I hope that we can see legislation sooner and quicker, and with that, I have an amendment. 1966.
We'll pass out the amendment. Senator from Lynn, would you like to explain your amendment?
I would, what this amendment does is it would prohibit the use of securitized utility tariff bonds to finance securitizing an energy plant.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson.
Okay, I think I know what it does. I think it says they can't use the securitization bonds, any new ones. You know, this bill, all the parties worked together and negotiated. They did it over in the House. I'm not saying this is good or bad. I'm not going to support it. I don't want to mess this negotiation up. Told the president that I'm going to do my best to keep this bill as it was when it come out of the House. I asked the body, I mean, this is something we can look at that probably ought to have a committee hearing in FI&I. And, you know, it's up to the body if they don't want to be able to do this. We just passed this a couple years ago. I think this was we had assets that could retire early if we did this, and there'd be some savings. I don't know why we'd want to do away with it, but I'm not going to support this, and I'll leave it up to the body, to their wisdom. I want to keep this bill whole and try to keep the spirit of this negotiation so we can get this money back to the people of Kansas. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've gone around the state and spoke in many instances. One was up in Douglas County, Leavenworth County area. There were over 9 legislators there, and one of the individuals from the body asked why we would vote to shut down energy plants, make the ratepayer pay for it. Even after the plant shut down, we're still paying for it. Why would anybody vote for that? I was the only legislator that knew what they were talking about, and it was this securitization bill that passed. The House members that were there didn't realize that they had voted on this legislation in less than 7.5 minutes with a motion to concur. I ask that the body reconsider our position on this. We are allowing energy plants to shut down. The ratepayers pay for the bond, pay for the interest, pay for the shutdown, and continue to pay for it 4 years after the plant shut down. Our energy rates are high enough. We need to keep these plants going. We need to support them, and allowing them to close is not supporting them or the ratepayers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have concerns with this amendment. My understanding is that we haven't been shutting down coal plants after Winter Storm Uri. There is a better understanding of what our balance needs to be. But this amendment refers to KSA 66. just as the last amendment, so I would question germaneness.
Germaneness of the amendment has been challenged. The Rules Committee will convene, make a determination. With a ruling on the germaneness of the amendment, the chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Upon careful review, the committee rules this germane.
We will continue. The senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that the senator from Lynn stated that this would prevent facilities from using this to shut down. Would it address the concern that individuals had regarding electric transmission lines?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The plant could still shut down. This would just deal with the bond and the ratepayers paying for those expenses. No, it does not deal with the good senator from Cherokee's concern on the transmission lines.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding of the securitization process is that the Kansas Corporation Commission, and perhaps the chair of the Utilities Committee can help me with this, would have to make a finding that this would actually reduce the costs to utility ratepayers. If they are stranded costs, then they could still be in a rate case. The cost would still be paid by the ratepayers of those stranded costs, but it would be at a higher rate, the rate of return, rather than a lower rate for a bond. And could I ask if the senator from Johnson could, I would yield to him and ask if he agrees with that assumption.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Felt like a freshman there for a second. Yes, they've got to make a case that there's a savings to the KCC. I think Senator Longmine's going to want to weigh in because this come through his committee. But without a savings, there's no reason to do this. Why would you shut an asset down? Now, who am I to say the old coal plant or the old gas plant or this or that? We should keep it running. Might cost more, but we should keep that running. When we can take that out of service and we can get either a similar gas plant, coal plant, or whatever, or get the power somewhere else to keep running. When we can save the customer money, and I think that's what the securitization does. It allows them to make a case to the KCC for savings, to bond these, to take these out of service. So I would agree with my colleague from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, the underlying bill is clearly being presented as an opportunity for a savings. I would argue that this amendment could strike out those savings and not be a benefit to our taxpayers. I would vote no on the amendment.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Securitization is something that we passed, I believe, session before last. We had a very long, vigorous debate about it, and we had an overwhelming vote on the bill. I think the senator from Douglas accurately described it, but I think the body needs to understand that IOU utilities are guaranteed a rate of return on operations and a rate of return on assets. That is somewhere in that 7.5% to 8% range. And so as an asset useful life comes to an end, there may be undepreciated assets on the books on that utility. So what securitization does is allows them to shut down that facility at the end of its useful life and take the undepreciated assets and finance those over time through this securitization bonding at a much lower rate than what their rate of return is. So I believe that this amendment will drive up utility rates, not down utility rates.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I disagree because we would be paying for the property tax and all of the expenses on the plant after it is shut down, and we are not receiving any products from the plant. It just doesn't make sense. Who has this business model other than the utility companies that they get to pass on every single expense to the ratepayer even after the plant is shut down?
Senator from Lyon.
Well, I certainly understand the senator from Lynn's point in that the business model is the business model. It is what it is. This amendment doesn't change that business model, but this amendment does greatly affect the ratepayers in the future. As a utility ends its useful life without securitization, they're going to recoup all the undepreciated assets in that directly from the ratepayer at the full rate of return.
Senator from Lynn.
Mr. Chairman, they would not be able to continue 4 years after the plant is shut down and not producing product.
Senator from Lyon.
I disagree.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to leave it up to the will of the body. I hope they'll support the amendment. It makes no sense to me. And in fact, we heard the notices. The plant in Douglas, as soon as that bill passed, within a couple weeks, it was announced that the plant in Douglas County was going to be shut down in 2022. It did not happen, thankfully. But we heard, and I've got a plant in my backyard, and believe me, the constituents are worried about it. It's 65% of the valuation in the county. It's a big deal. So we want to keep these plants going as much as possible. We want to do what we can with this working relationship, But taking out a bond, the interest, and paying for the expenses of the shutdown is not the way to go. When we argued this on the floor, it was right after there were 9 deaths in Texas because they didn't have availability to energy. We need our plants. We absolutely do. And I just don't agree that we give them a pathway to shut down quicker.
Senator from Lyon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I disagree with the senator from Lynn. I think this could accelerate shutdowns. Right now, there is no plans to shut down La Cygne. Evergy needs it. They need the production. This securitization bill was also used on the extraordinary gas costs from 2 years ago to smooth out those payments to where our municipal utilities couldn't pay their gas bill, and residents were going to have a $2,500, $3,000 gas bill. So securitization is valuable. It is extremely important. It does smooth out costs, and it eventually will save ratepayers money. I urge the body to reject this amendment.
Senator from Lynn, do you wish to respond?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Would the good senator from Lyon please tell me what his bases are for this would shut the plants down quicker?
Senator from Lyon, do you wish to respond?
Purely from a financial standpoint, if I'm deciding whether to shut down a plant and I can get a 7.5%, 8% return on the undepreciated assets versus a 2 or 3% return, it's going to factor into my decision.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I also think that it should factor in that the ratepayers would continue paying property tax and other expenses even when the plant is not in operation. I would yield to the good senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
The floor has been yielded to Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to point out, I recall that debate, and it was a long debate, and one of the things that we pointed out that securitization would also allow for was not just the recovery of the depreciated assets, but there was a laundry list, a very long paragraph of legal fees, advisory fees, all sorts of other fees that go into the process that were also being passed along in the securitization. My other concern, so it's not just the depreciated assets, it's all these other fees that the ratepayer is going to bear. The other point brought up about the extraordinary gas cost, yes, we did amortize that out, but once again, here we have the ratepayers of Kansas being burdened by a situation where the gas companies in this case had a third of their supply on the spot market, and we're subject to the arbitrage being utilized by some companies. And so once again, the ratepayers get stuck with the bill for the mistakes that were made there. So we just keep piling on the ratepayers. And at some point, we've got to say this has to stop. With regard to the retirement of coal plants, there have been 24 coal plant retirements or scheduled retirements across the country in 2022. We need these coal plants online. There's increasing pressure from the EPA to retire these coal plants prematurely. There are about 6 new laws from the EPA that will accelerate the retirement of coal plants nationwide in the next 4 to 6 years. And fortunately, we're very fortunate that Evergy sees the need for the reliability. So the securitization would only make it easier or more appealing for them to, at some point, bail on the coal plants and put a heavier reliance on the renewables and the gas, which, of course, as we saw during Winter Storm Uri, caught us with our pants down, and we're going to be paying for that for about 10 years. So I support this amendment. I think I never agreed that the securitization was a good idea. I think we need to find ways to support our coal plants, keep them online, and not give them an easier path to closure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back to the senator from Lynn.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you. I yield to the senator from Marino.
We don't need to continue yielding. He's the next individual up. Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Point of order.
Yes.
It is in order for me to yield.
I'm just explaining that you don't need to, but he is recognized. Senator from Reno.
Thank you. I think we need to take a deep breath and look at this from 30,000 feet. The reality is that we are under attack here in Kansas. We are absolutely under attack. Our way of life is under attack. Our economy is under attack. Our energy sources are under attack. Our oil and gas industry is basically at a standstill right now because of outside influences intended to bring it to a stop. As such, our electric grid becomes at risk. This is our opportunity to bite back again at some of this ESG that we went over yesterday. We are under attack, and this premature securitization and offlining of our coal plants renders our electric grid insecure. We're moving towards an unreliable source that will not function for us over the long term. We need to step back, stop this securitization, let everybody take a longer, harder look at what's best for Kansas, and then proceed. We got caught 2 years ago with an incredibly complicated bill that fortunately 2 of our good senators recognized what it was. The rest of us did not understand it. We barely understand it today. But the reality of it is our way of life is under attack. And if we don't take steps to protect ourselves, we're going to lose our energy security here in Kansas. So I wildly support this amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It looks like I can close.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things I want to say about securitization and the gas situation we had just not long ago. It's happened before. If you look right around 2000, we had a similar situation. You know, we bought 1/3 of our gas off the spot market. I mean, we did an investigation. It wasn't the Kansas producers. It wasn't the local producers. Who do you think it was? I mean, who do you think got that money? I bet you it was Wall Street. Same people that spike GameStop and they short sell and the bank that went broke out in California. I heard that day there was more money made on short selling than anything. And that's where your money went. Thank God we had securitization in place to where we could finance that real quick and at least protect our cities and keep the gas on. Now, we all got cars. There comes a point where the car, you put more in it than you get out of it. It's no different with anything else. I mean, a house, whatever. And, you know, it's the same way with a gas plant, coal plant, or whatever plant. There comes a point to where it's a better return to move on. And this is a tool that saves money, helps the utility move on, saves the ratepayer money, and now we want to do away with it. What we need to do here is vote this amendment down. If you're serious about doing away with this, file a bill next year, allow the chairman of FI and I or whoever to allow it to work through the process, and we'll debate it properly. But right now, we got a bill that's going to lower rates for everybody, that everybody come together, negotiated, good faith, and we're trying to mess that bill up. And there's going to be millions of dollars of savings for our consumers across the state. And so what we need to do is vote this amendment down. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, do you wish to respond?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'll let the good senator from Lyon speak.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 2 quick points. Securitization does not stop a plant from shutting down. It does not accelerate a plant from shutting down. It does make it more, this amendment would make it more expensive to shut down if that occurred. Also, property tax is property tax. Whether that plant is operating or not operating, they are responsible for the property tax. So those are going to be paid regardless. Once again, I urge the body to vote the amendment down.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is about the taxpayers. And you guys know that if you do business and don't take out a loan, you are saving money. If you take out a loan to do that business, to shut down the plant, to take out a bond, it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you on the bond. It's going to cost you on the interest. The taxpayers, the ratepayers, get to pay for that. Oh, bravo us. I am fighting for the taxpayers and trying to keep energy cost as low as possible. I ask that we reverse what we did 2 years ago, now that more people are hearing about it and understanding about it. I just hope that they will support the amendment.
Further questions for the senator from Lynn on the amendment? Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the senator from Lynn stand for question?
You've been recognized to ask questions.
Thank you. I'd like to know where the KCC fits into this. Do they play any part in securitization?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that the plant can just, they do have to file a process.
And get approval from the KCC?
Senator from Butler.
Sorry. And get approval from the KCC then?
Senator from Lynn.
That is the process for shutdown, yes, whether they have securitization or not.
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've sat on both these committees, and I can tell you that the securitization was talked through and vetted very carefully a couple years ago. And on the utilities, this bill that we're on is something that needs to go out without an amendment. There's been a lot of negotiations and a lot of people come to the table on that. I was proud of the way that was handled. So I am against the amendment. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I understand that some legislators may be against the amendment, but I guarantee you ratepayers and people in your district do support repealing this bill that was passed in 2021. This body in the House passed legislation and the governor signed into law that would allow the energy plants to take out a bond, the interest, the expenses for the shutdown, and continued payment for the plant. I ask that the body vote yes and support the amendment. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The noes appear to have it. Division's been requested. All those in favor, please stand. Roll call's been requested. Seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Falscudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher, Kirshen, Luce, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Nine having voted in favor and 22 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not on the Utilities Committee. I've never been on the Utilities Committee. And I'm assuming that I take in good faith that this is a good bill, and so I'm not trying to interfere with it. But the senator from Reno said something a while ago about look at this from 30,000 feet. And let me tell you, I left here in 1998. And when I did, there was a building over here full of employees for a utility company. In Wichita, a building full of employees for a utility company. Joplin, Missouri, building full of utility company employees, executives, and the people that made the decisions in our lives. And we had a local in every town that is in my Senate district now. There was a local office, and the utility company, you go in and you pay your bill. They're all gone. And they closed those because they said it'd save money, but our rates went up. And now I think out in Hall, there are more utility employees than the rest of the state put together other than linemen and workers. We are changing in this state, and the people that are in charge of our utilities are no longer Kansans. In many cases, they're no longer Americans. We get out, I can call Canada to talk to my electric utility. So we better be careful, because in 20 years from now, I don't know what language we'll be talking to talk to a utility company.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't agree. A lot of things are changing in this country. Seems like nothing stays the same, and I've watched the merger that just happened, produced a lot of savings, and even more savings today. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2225 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 307. The chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 307 is the Kansas Fights Addictions Act. And when that was passed a couple of years ago, we failed to put in there for the for-profit entities. And this would prevent, reduce, treat, and mitigate the effects of substance abuse for addiction. The proponents stated that the bill would not risk distribution existing settlement agreements or endanger the state's ability to recover opioid settlement funds, and that the bill would expand the potential impact of the opioid settlement funds. There were no opponents. There was one opponent to the bill. Other than that, everything was positive and passed out of the committee unanimously. And I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Sherman? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 307 favorably for passage.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will pass over House Bill 2106. We'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 40. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think we're ready on 2106, just for FYI. But on Senate Bill 40, I would explain the bill. It has net operating loss in it. What it does is there was, how do I say it, a conflict between the state tax law and the federal tax law between 2017 and 2020. The carry forward, carry back. Kansas did not allow for the carry forward, if I have that right, and the federal did. We were vice versa. We were in reverse. And so what we did was allowed individuals that had a net operating loss, if we can get this into law, there's a look back and they would be able to refile their income tax for that period and capture that loss, carry forward. And they would be able to carry forward until they used it up for 20 years. If they hadn't used it in 20 years, they would lose the carry forward loss. With that, I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Have an amendment.
Senator from Lynn, you are recognized for an amendment.
Thank you. It's 1978.
It's a good year. We'll pass that out.
I have a feeling it was the year you were born, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, would you like to explain your amendment?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The net operating loss, Senate Bill 40, this chamber has seen it before, and they've also seen this amendment before. It would expand on the Homestead Act. It would increase the valuation of the home to $595,000. It would increase the household income limit to $75,000. It would reduce, let people subtract their Social Security from their household income. With that, I would stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're back on the bill.
Thank you. Should I close on the bill?
Any further questions on the bill as amended? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report SB 40 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2350. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Believe it or not, Kansas does not have in statute the crime of human smuggling. And we have heard reports that, especially in Franklin County, there are a lot of persons being smuggled, sometimes later subject to human trafficking, and our law enforcement officials there and across the state do not have any way to charge the person who's helping transport and is transporting that person, no ability to charge them with a crime. So that's what House Bill 2350 does. It creates the crime of human smuggling. And in Senate committee, we amended it. The Attorney General brought some amendments, and you will see them currently in the bill, that human smuggling is intentionally transporting, moving, concealing, harboring, or shielding from detection an alien with knowledge or reckless disregard of the fact that that person has come to, entered, or remains in the United States in violation of the law in exchange for something of value. And that means that the person doing the smuggling is getting something for value for transporting that person. Now, the state is not going to determine whether you have violated U.S. immigration law. That is going to be left up to the federal government, and you can see in the statute that Kansas will be turning to the immigration enforcement folks in the federal government pursuant to 8 U.S.C. section 1373 subsection C, so that it won't be our local state, county, or local law enforcement officer who will be determining the federal immigration status of these persons. And the bill as written will allow us to what's called stack the crime so that we can charge someone with human smuggling, and if it's later determined that that person is trafficked and that person was involved in trafficking the other, we can charge them with both crimes. The bill does also create the crime of aggravated human smuggling. You are guilty of aggravated human smuggling if it is shown that the person you are smuggling becomes a victim of a sex offense or human trafficking. The bill was in a little bit different form when it passed out of the House, so I can't really give a House vote there, but it did, in its form in the House, did pass with a wide margin. With that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Johnson, if she would stand for it.
You've been recognized to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in reading the background, I understand that a representative of the Board of Indigent Defense testified as an opponent on the bill. Can the senator from Johnson tell me if any of the amendments that were made did address their concerns about due process rights of vulnerable populations and the impact on Kansas courts?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. There was some opposition in committee, and I've done some further asking about it from our Office of Attorney General. And what I have learned is that the opposition raised in committee was that it would be difficult for our state court to determine whether a person is an alien or not here illegally in the United States in violation of federal law. And what I have been told is that the determination is relatively easy to make if you ask ICE pursuant to 8 U.S.C., which is the United States Code, Section 1373, subsection C, so that we will not be having our state courts determine whether you are an alien in the United States or you're not, that it would be solely the federal government making that determination. And the objection of bids in committee was that you would be asking the person who is being smuggled to provide testimony about whether they were here in the United States legally or not. And my understanding of the amendment brought by the Attorney General is that that situation will not be occurring.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that response. And then my other question was just, I understand there is a federal crime for human smuggling. So why would the committee believe that we also need to have a state crime?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. Again, the bill was brought to us by our law enforcement community in Franklin County, seeing the need to be able to charge in state court a state crime for human smuggling so that action could be taken to stop what they see a lot apparently in Franklin County, especially with, I think it's I-35 that comes through Franklin County. And they brought this to us. I have been told by the Office of Attorney General that the state statute, if this bill were to become law, would not conflict with federal statute, so that we could have a state crime of human smuggling.
Senator from Douglas.
I thank the good senator from Johnson for her responses.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. I think we're all aware that there's a crisis of human smuggling and human trafficking arising from our southern border, and it is here in Kansas. And this bill, 2350, would provide some tools for our Kansas law enforcement to take action and help protect Kansans and help protect those who are being smuggled as well. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2350 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll pass over Senate Bill 60. We'll turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2138. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Senate substitute for House, it does require all of our boards of education in our school districts to adopt a policy that would mandate separate overnight accommodations be provided for students of each biological sex during school district-sponsored travel. It identifies and clarifies what would be considered school-sponsored travel. It also provides a cause of action against a school district for any student that's been subjected to retaliation or adverse actions by the school district or its employees as a result of reporting a violation relating to overnight accommodations. This came to us as an issue that we know is occurring in some of our schools. Particularly, we had testimony from an individual whose daughter was involved in a school affiliated trip in a school district here in Kansas. We did have more than 20 pieces of proponent testimony, and we had, I believe it was 7 individuals that testified also as proponents. We did have some opponents, and those opponents were concerned about, again, a state mandate of what school districts needed to do. What we did encourage in our committee conversation as we were working this bill is that communication needs to be made to parents And to guardians, it needs to be made early when there's going to be overnight travel, and that parents or guardians need to be notified of what the sleeping conditions are going to be, who their child will be sleeping with, and that that policy would be followed. The other component of the bill has to do with allowing citizens to request the State Board of Education to conduct an administrative review if there has been a resolution to close a school building within a school district. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I could hardly hear myself. What it does is it does specify that the request for the administrative review needs to occur within 45 days of a school board making that decision and taking that action. It spells out that there needs to be 5% of the voters that sign on for that request of the administration to review. It says that the State Board of Education will not begin a review until that 45-day period has passed, and that they will respond to the school district within 45 days. The nexus and the motivation behind this is we are starting to see small school districts where there is an imbalance as far as votes within the Board of Education that are closing fairly modern and ADA compliant buildings in one community, and that would require all of those kids to go to a different community that would be 30 miles or more away and to attend a building that is not ADA compliant. That was just one of the school districts, at least members that came and testified before us. So, Mr. Chair, at this time, I think that I will simply stand for questions of the body.
Questions for the Senator from Miami, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Hey, no questions, a couple of comments. I think this bill attempts to find a long-term solution to a single incident that has already been addressed and resolved by a local school district. Schools have already addressed the issue of accommodation during overnight travel, and they are in the best position to navigate those changes and challenges as they arise. So instead of allowing Kansas school districts to identify and implement the policies that are best for their students and community, this bill is forcing districts to adopt an outdated, inaccurate, and uninclusive definition of sex that would make them vulnerable to costly litigation and could put some of their federal education funding at risk. Again, this is the fourth bill and the third introduced by a single legislator to hit the floor this session that targets one small vulnerable community, the trans Kansans. And I'm really sick of that attack, but I do think it has some unintended consequences. And again, we are attacking one subject of our population when I actually think this is much better addressed on the local level. But I think as this is written, it will have some unintended consequences. So I do have an amendment, and it is 1963.
We'll pause to distribute. Senator, would you like to explain your amendment?
I will, thank you. This was similar to an amendment that was introduced in committee, and it failed because it was a tied vote in committee. But this is just broadening the language because we know there are a lot of factors that schools should look at when they're dealing with these overnight accommodations. It's not just biological sex or transgender. We know that there are lots of relationship statuses that could have concern. There could be a lot of hanky-panky in lots of different situations, not just if it's a transgender student. So this bill is broadening it, trying to get to the heart of the matter. And with that, I would be happy to answer questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson, senator from Miami.
Mr. Chair, I don't know so much that I have a question. I would at some point in time like to respond to the prelude that was shared by the senator from Johnson before she introduced the amendment. This does look very similar to what was introduced in our committee. It did not pass. It was a tie vote. I know that there was discussion and some questions about relationship status and how that would be accommodated, but I will simply, I've seen a similar version to this in committee, and I will let others speak to it at this time.
Further questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I just rise in support of this amendment. I do serve on education, and I do think that this, if we're actually concerned about the issue of overnight accommodations, that this really speaks to looking at a broader picture. And when it, particularly when it comes to number 3, the psychological chosen or subjective experience of the gender of if a child, student, or any other student, and then the accommodation. I think that this amendment speaks to the emotional decisions that can affect students when it comes to overnight accommodations, and being able to use those as a reason to make a decision of whether they are going to share a room with another student or not. So it shouldn't just be one particular thing, but if we're going to look at legislation dealing with this, then let's look at and be respective of the variety of needs that impact students at that. In most cases, we talk about high school level. So I support this amendment.
Further questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the carrier of the amendment. Based on this amendment, a student, if I'm understanding this correctly, a student could make a request to stay in an overnight accommodation on a school trip with their boyfriend or girlfriend. Am I reading that correctly, based on a student can request and number 1?
Senator from Johnson.
Upon request, any student or a student's parents may ask for an accommodation for those 3 listed things, but the school district would have to make the appropriate standards and rules regarding overnight trips.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then I'm not quite sure the purpose of this amendment. If you can make a request but be denied, what's the point of the amendment? But I do have another question. How are parents to know what accommodations are being made by the school in order to know whether they need to make a request for a separate accommodation?
Senator from Johnson.
That has to do with the underlying bill and not my amendment. So if she has a concern with that, that's the underlying bill.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just think that this really doesn't, the underlying bill is to address, to make sure that we don't have boys and girls sharing the same overnight accommodations on a school-sponsored trip, and this, to me, just completely negates that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond? Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I too stand against this amendment. I agree with the good senator from Sedgwick, and she's just talking about line 1. Look at line 3. Psychological, chosen, or subjective experience of gender of such student or any other student in the same accommodation. This takes a bill that fixes a problem and ultimately recreates it through line 3. Please don't do this to a good bill that fixes a real problem. let it stand. This just adds confusion to a clear path. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond? Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. So, just according to the Trevor Project in Kansas, 44% of our LGBTQ youth in our state seriously considered suicide in the past year, including 51% of our transgender and non-binary youth. 15% of the LGBTQ youth in Kansas attempted suicide in the past year, including 23% of our transgender and non-binary youth. This amendment is an attempt to look at society is changing. There are people who have different relationships. They could be same-sex relationships, bisexual, non-binary. There are a lot of issues. And this bill, as written, is going to cause a lot of issues. And this is just an attempt to try to make sure that people are separated. It could be two girls who had dated the same guy, and those girls should not be in there. So these are all issues that should be addressed by those local schools when they are planning for overnight field trips. But I would ask the body to support this amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. We're back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Miami? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to show my support for the inserted Senate Bill 304 that we did with our, with a lot of work with the person in the districts who brought their issues to us in committee. And I think the administrative review piece is very important. There's a trigger that if 5% of the registered voters in the school district want to petition for the administrative review, they can do that. In Shawnee County, the smallest district we have here is Silver Lake. 5% of those registered voters would be 120 folks who could sign a petition to trigger that administrative review. So I think that KSDE will work to prepare the rubric and the documentation that a district will need to be able to go through that administrative review, and I think it will be a very objective, not subjective process. And I think it's one that, in visiting with school districts in the area, that they are more than willing to receive that advice and that review. So I just very much stand in support of that piece of this legislation that will be very helpful, I think, going forward. Thank you.
Further questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do want to make a few comments. One of the things that we heard from the parent whose child did participate in the trip is, yeah, their school board did pass a bill or did pass a policy after the fact, but they felt it was insufficient because parents and guardians were only going to receive 48-hour notice, and they didn't feel that that was sufficient to take action. I appreciate that we have had conversation about the different types of relationships that are occurring amongst students, and I feel that it should be shared that testimony that we received from the representative, the lobbyist for USA, he even made the comment, well, we certainly don't want a trans biological male that's transitioning to female. We sure wouldn't want to put him in the room with other males because they'd just beat him up. So those are all the kinds of considerations that should be taken into, that should be applied into a policy that school boards, we're not going to prescribe everything that they need to put into their policy, but those are definitely considerations that they need to take into consideration when they create a policy. Because the fact of the matter is, majority of school districts do not have an overnight travel, and who's going to share a room with whom, and what accommodations are we going to make for students to best address the needs so that all students that are on overnight travel feel safe in the situation of housing. So, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and report Senate substitute for House Bill 2138 favorably for passage.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2087. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2087 would update Kansas statute to reflect new federal law that would provide for the selection of presidential electors. It makes 3 changes to conform to federal statutes and a few cleanup changes. This passed the House, by the way, unanimously. But the 3 changes to reflect the new federal law, it moves the national uniform meeting day of the Electoral College from the first Monday to the first Tuesday after the second Wednesday in December. So it just simply moves it 1 day. That's the new federal law. We're going to go into compliance. It also allows for someone to contest the election of an elector, and they can do that by, and when they do that contesting of the elector, it must be brought before a special 3-judge federal court. It also makes a minor change to the distribution of the electors of the certificate of ascertainment. So used to be for, say, 6 electors, they would only have to give that certificate of ascertainment to one of the electors. Now they have to give it to all 6. The other changes are cleanups. It gets rid of 2 obsolete provisions directing political parties on how to pick their electors. Also clarifies how political parties without a state party affiliate and how independent presidential candidates transmit their electors' names to the Secretary of State. And it establishes a uniform deadline to notify the Secretary of State of the electors' names. And that is essentially it, Mr. Chair, and I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the underlying bill. It seems to make a lot of sense to me. I've had a long interest, very much so, in our participation in the electors that we send for electing our President of the United States, and also the role that Kansas plays. And so I have proffered an amendment that I think will make the process stronger, and have turned it in. It is 1925. Revisor number 1925.
We'll distribute that amendment. Thank you.
Should I explain?
Yes, please explain.
Glad to have bipartisan interest in this, Mr. Chair. Essentially, what this will do, as we all know, the electors come from, the Electoral College come from each of the congressional districts. We have 4 in 4 congressional districts, of course, in Kansas. So each elector would come from the district if this amendment were adopted. The way it currently works is that we have sort of the majority vote, whatever the majority is in, for the vote for whomever the candidates for president are, then Kansas is a winner-take-all state. So whomever gets which of the 2, or however many are running for president, whoever gets the largest number of votes in Kansas, all 4 of the congressional electors will support or send their 4 electors to the Electoral College in support of that candidate. What this amendment does is to say that those electors are determined based on what the majority of the vote is in each congressional district. So it may not be the entirety of the state. It's whatever the electoral, the largest number, whomever gets the highest number of votes by each of the congressional districts, that would then be applied to their count, the Electoral College count. Does that make any sense, Mr. Chair?
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Johnson.
This bill was brought to us by the Secretary of State, and while I appreciate this, I think Kansas has generally been a winner-take-all type state, and I think this may change at least the will of how we do things. I'll leave it to the will of the body, but I tend to think that we'd like to keep the House Bill 2087 clean. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're talking about the electoral process. Is that correct, to carry the bill?
Senator Haley, Senator from Wyandotte.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Senator from Meade.
Carry the amendment.
Senator from Meade.
Kansas has 6 electoral votes, one from each congressional district, and each state gets 2. The policy in Kansas has always been the winner take all. You take the total of all of them. And I would highly suggest we put down this amendment and go with majority and a winner take all. Thank you.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was easy. So this would maintain that the whatever the highest vote number would be for our state, for Kansas, they then would certainly have the 2 electoral college votes, one afforded to each U.S. senator. The difference is that if there were a congressional district where all the people that came out to vote for president in that congressional district voted for one candidate or another, whomever by congressional district got the largest amount of vote for president, they would have their decision honored, and that elector would then go for that candidate. That's just democracy in action. And why would we not want an elector to go contrary to what the majority of the people in that congressional district, that electorate district, had voted for? So that's what this amendment does, is to honor by congressional district with their electoral college vote the support at the electoral college level for president. Yeah, so so I move. Having said that, I move my amendment, Mr.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it.
As for division.
Division's been requested. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. On a vote of 9 in favor, 15 opposed, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm hoping to get bipartisan on this, you know, that we just all honor, you know, as close to a democracy as possible, though we're not, we're a republic, and we know we have this different kind of way of electing our head of state, our president. We're not a true democracy. It's not one person, one vote, because we have this additional system here, which does accord electors. But at least we should get as close to a democracy, or more so to that, because we all honor the vote. We all honor the prospect that the majority of votes should go the office. And I know we've gotten away from that, where a minority of the vote can actually consider or can actually rule the day, but some of us still hunger for having the will of the majority of people that cast their ballot be reflected in the people that are elected. I have another, along that line, so I proffer yet another amendment, Mr. Chair, and it is revisor number 1923, and I have turned it in.
We will distribute that amendment. Senator, would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm excited to explain this amendment because this is a compact that would be among our United States. And this compact is called to elect the president by a national popular vote. Now, what that means, and I'll be brief because I'd like to take questions because I'm always interested in seeing why we don't want to have, or those feel we shouldn't have, our United States, our democracy, not represented by whomever the majority of voters for President of the United States elect. I enjoy that discussion, and I open that up at some point, but what this amendment does is it establishes word for word a compact among subscribing states. This amendment, when adopted, would say very clearly that we in Kansas would be a subscribing state to other states who elect our president based on the majority of voters in the country. So why would we not, or how would we not give our electoral college votes to those other states who have already subscribed to this compact? And the compact is identical to those other subscribing states who've adopted it. It's pretty close, getting closer toward that magical number to whatever half of 435 is, oh, well, 535 is, whatever the number is. It's about 80 votes off. And I want us to add our 6. Hopefully we'll have 6 after the next decade. Some have said we may lose a congressional district, but that's another show. But this would just basically, word for word, line up with the other states that have already adopted the compact that would provide electing the president based on the national popular vote and according those electoral votes to him or her, who won the majority. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Yes, not so much a question as a comment. This would undermine the entire reason for the Electoral College. We are not a democracy. We are a republic, a constitutional republic. And as such, if we went to a national popular vote, large states could completely control the vote. just the way it happens in Illinois. Chicago determines where the state goes. With a national popular vote, Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Dallas, 5 cities could determine the national popular vote. That is a democracy, which is essentially mob rule. Doesn't make sense. This is a terrible amendment. The Electoral College must be preserved if Kansas is going to have any kind of voice in the presidential election or any kind of a national election. And I strongly oppose this amendment, and I would yield to the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that was well said and probably a little more graceful than I would put it. The truth is, doing it this way just absolutely screws a state like ours. It screws the federation, right? We are a federation of states, and it actually destroys all the small states. It'd really just be the large cities that had advantage. It really destroys the voice of a lot of our rural areas. But we're not even one of the smallest states. Think about Wyoming or North Dakota or some of these other states that are just as much a state in the nation as we are. But to go to this is just, it's a destruction of the structure of our nation. I absolutely oppose it.
Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, the yield returns to you.
Thank you. And I'll just restate my opposition to this. Once again, the more we perpetuate this idea that this is a democracy, the more we get away from the founding of this country, which we understood was a constitutional republic. And it was done so to protect the small states. This goes all the way back to the founding of the country, and this was argued by our founders. This would completely undermine the Electoral College process, which we have to preserve. Otherwise, we just cede it to a very large group of people in cities, and we might as well just sit it out. So I strongly oppose this amendment.
Senator from Wyandotte, do you wish to respond?
I do indeed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess at first blush, that would be what the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Butler have suggested would be the case, that there would only be larger areas that would. But, and by the way, let me put this out. I hope that when you have some time, I know you're busy, there's an organization, it's called National Popular Vote. And I would say, please go to their website when you get a chance. Educate yourselves. nationalpopularvote.org. And it's a bipartisan organization. This bipartisan organization has analyzed the assumption that only large areas would then dictate with the turnout what it is. And actually, the converse, they allege, this national organization that is part of the compact that put it together, that it would actually be more inclusive because there'd be a more vigorous campaign among the, well, Wyoming was mentioned, but they'd go to Wyoming, those candidates. There'd be an aggressive effort to turn out the smaller areas because, again, they still speak to, or they still matter to. It wouldn't just be the large areas, it would be a more inclusive campaign by a more vigorous campaign in areas that are often overlooked. As you and I both know right now, Mr. Chair and members, that there are only, or so it's alleged, about 8 states out of the 50 that are seen as being in play. Right now, we are all, I mean, we're disregarded, but during national elections, there are only 8 or so states that can go either way, it's been alleged. And that's pretty much true. You can look at the history and tell pretty much how a state is going to vote for president, with the exception of a handful, 8 or so. And those are the ones that right now get all the attention, those 8 states, because they do have, if you will, if you'll say it, they're purple, if you will. And they voted red sometimes and blue sometimes. So this would, if we adopt this, this would put in play the prospect of those states that are right now being disregarded, that are not hearing from candidates for president, because there's an assumption made that they're not going to move forward. And this organization, nationalpopularvote.org, which again is a bipartisan organization, look it up, take some time. And they have said that the smaller communities, smaller states, smaller populations would be very much more courted in these presidential races by campaigns and by commitments to the values that they have. And so I suggest them very strongly that we adopt this and become a part of that compact and join those states that have already done so, that we might have a more inclusive and robust campaigns for president in what are traditionally smaller areas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased that the senator from Wyandotte brought this to the body for discussion. I do have some concerns because we've talked about earlier in the day a presidential primary, understanding how that would increase turnout in elections. State winner-take-all laws encourage candidates to focus disproportionately on a limited set of swing states. So I know that my constituents and many of yours would like to be involved in the discussion of election of the president. And state winner-take-all laws also tend to decrease voter turnout in states without closed races. So I found that a report by the Center for Information and Research on Civic Learning and Engagement found that turnout among eligible voters under age 30 was 64.4% in the 10 closest battleground states and only 47.6% in the rest of the country. So want to get people involved in politics. I think that this was part of our initial way that we were set up, but I think a good place to institute this change.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the senator from Douglas for the insight, for the statistical insights as to what voter turnout is based on how the returns come from the vote. You know, this in no way undermines or seeks to undermine national popular vote, what our country has been founded on and the way it's been implemented. You know, each state can decide in a patchwork quilt way how we accord our electoral college votes. Many states have what my previous amendment spoke to, that is an allocation based on, by congressional district, based on what the majority of the vote was, and that there are some states already that do it that way. I mean, that allocate their electors based on what the majority vote is in that congressional district. This, of course, before us now, this amendment is a broader understanding based on how we can increase involvement, increase enthusiasm in voting, increase turnout, and move closer toward the concept of one person, one vote, and that the majority would be able to elect whom they have. The allocation of our electors should be based, I believe, on what would be the majority of the vote through the national popular vote. That's what this compact says. And again, let me reiterate, don't take my word for it. Please take a moment and look at this organization, again, a bipartisan and neutral organization that has a very nice website. You can break down the statistics, not quite as well as the senator from Douglas did, but it'll break it down in a way that bite-sized pieces that might be able for each of you to discern and make a judgment for yourself. That's nationalpopularvote.org. And then get back with me and tell me if indeed this was an amendment or this was a compact that you should be supporting, as I hope you will today. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2087 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2313. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. HB 2313 is amended and would enact the Born Alive Infants Protection Act. It basically gives parity for any infant who is born alive in a hospital after a natural birth or in the process of an abortion or an attempted abortion. It exercises the same degree of professional skill, care, diligence to preserve the life and health of a child as reasonably diligent and conscientious healthcare provider would render to any other child born alive at that same gestational age. Ensure that the child who's born alive is immediately transported to a hospital as necessary. The bill would require any healthcare provider or any employee of a medical care facility who has knowledge of failure to comply with reporting requirements. We also have penalties for noncompliance. Civil action is outlined. It allows for anonymity of the mother, provides for a requirement for reporting of infants born alive in any facility. And it's brought to us by Representative Bryce, who's a pediatrician, Kansas for Life, a physician, Abortion Survivors Network, Kansas Catholic Conference, and the Kansas Family Voice. And at that, I will stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I have no questions for the carrier of this bill, but I would share with the body that we currently have federal legislation. The Born Alive Infant Protection Act of 2002 requires this care to be given to babies born alive at any stage of development for any reason. So this bill is absolutely unnecessary. This bill will traumatize mothers who desperately want to be mothers, who are already dealing with the most heartbreaking moments of loss imaginable. It will force doctors to provide life-saving care on infants with fetal defects that have no chance of living outside their mother. Instead of a mother and baby being afforded a peaceful moment of love and closure, it will replace that with invasive treatment that has no chance of saving the terminally ill baby. 8 months ago, 59% of Kansans voted to protect their right to make their own private medical decisions free from government interference. And this piece of legislation is doing just that. I vote no. I will vote no.
Other questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to tell you a quick story. Back when I got out of my residency, we went to Wyoming, and I practiced as an anesthesiologist in Casper, Wyoming. I was a pup. I was half the age I am now. And one evening, we were doing an emergency surgery. It was probably orthopedic, so it really wasn't that complicated. So I had the patient asleep and was just letting the time pass. And the circulating nurse, she doesn't have much to do either, so she comes back and sits down by me, and we start swapping stories. And she's my age now, so she was 60, I was 30. And she started reminiscing back when the hospital, when Wyoming Medical Center did elective abortions. And you just see this older nurse's face sink, her emotions sink, the sadness set in as she told stories of when they do these elective abortions on these late second term, early third term pregnancies, and they'd the ice cold room, and they'd pull this baby out and slap it down on a stainless steel barren table, and she'd watch that baby gasp for breath. And it left a hole in her soul, and it left one in mine. Nobody, no human, no baby deserves to be treated like that. I support this bill.
Additional questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see this as slapping an infant down. I see it as taking that infant away from a mother if that is the one chance that mother might have to hold a baby that they have been told will not survive, but a baby that that mother very much wanted. I appreciate the federal requirements to take care of these children. I think that they do give good direction to healthcare providers, but in some instances, just that chance to hold your child is important. Thank you.
Other questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would mention that in the bill, it certainly does allow for palliative care and for the mother to be able to be with the child if that's what the mother desires to do. And it does not change that if that would be offered in a hospital. Under normal circumstances, that would certainly be offered in this case and appropriate. So I would move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage of Senate Bill 2313.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will turn our attention to Senate Bill 50 and to explain the bill and adopt the committee report. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 50 would create a crime concerning social media websites that allow the website to censor certain speech. It would prohibit any of those interactive computer services from censoring speech to restrict, censor, or suppress information, including political information, political expression, unless censored information pertains to obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable subject matter. Basically, it would prevent a social media platform from censoring speech except under those particular exceptions. It would also create a crime, and it would be punishable, well, up to anywhere from $500 to $10,000. The AG would enforce this. It would be an unclassified misdemeanor, and this could be reported either to the AG's office or a local district attorney or county attorney, and they would determine whether or not to prosecute. This does not allow for civil lawsuits. Through Section 230 of the Congressional Code, it protects the platforms from civil liability, but it does not protect them from state criminal liability. So basically, it would restrict the censorship. There's about 231 million Americans that use social media. They use it as a common carrier, as a utility to provide information to people. And they are arbitrarily being censored. This needs to stop. Senate Bill 50 would answer the call. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? The chair recognizes the Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I, too, am frustrated with online censorship and content moderation on certain websites. I'm afraid the SB 50 will only invite litigation for the state of Kansas. Both Texas and Florida have passed similar bills. Those laws were immediately challenged and enjoined by federal courts, just like this one is. These cases are currently making their way through the federal courts. A U.S. Supreme Court decision on this subject is likely in the near future. My fiscal conservative nature tells me that all we're doing here is buying a lawsuit that will be costly to the citizens of Kansas. While I agree that the issues addressed in this bill need to be resolved, I believe it is most prudent to allow the federal courts and/or Congress to determine the best path forward. Once we have received the guidance at the federal level, we can proceed with state litigation. Until then, all we're doing is spending Kansas taxpayers' money on issues that are already being litigated. Furthermore, the Fed and State Affairs Committee amended this bill to change it from civil penalties to criminal penalties for a violation of the proposed law. For this reason alone, I believe that SB 50 should be considered by the State Judiciary Committee. Therefore, I move that SB 50 be referred to the Senate Judiciary Committee for further considerations.
The motion is in order. It is debatable. Are there any questions on the motion? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We vetted this bill fairly extensively. The Attorney General came over and gave us testimony, and on his advice struck the civil liability because of his concern about Section 230. However, if you look at Section 230, this is likely to survive scrutiny of the Supreme Court for a number of reasons. Let me just read directly from Section 230 of the Federal Code. It says, nothing in the section shall be construed to prevent any state from enforcing any state law that is consistent with this section. No cause of action may be brought and no liability may be imposed under state or local law that's inconsistent with this section. And it allows for the states to enforce that law. The Fifth Circuit Court also said, with regard to the Texas law, the 11th Circuit, the Florida law was massive. It was 50, 60 pages long. It was much broader than the law that we have here. This is a very narrowly tailored law. I believe that the Fifth Circuit more correctly ruled on SB 20 out of Texas when they said that the court rejected the idea that the First Amendment protects editorial control in and of itself. Instead, it said that regulation of editorial decisions implicates the First Amendment only when the regulation either coerces the host to speak or interferes with their speech. We are not coercing a platform such as Facebook to speak. We are not interfering with their speech. All we are doing is saying they should not restrict the First Amendment rights of the people who sign up to use those platforms. And I believe that the Fifth Circuit is correct. The 11th Circuit ruled on the Florida case, but again, the Florida law was much broader. It had all sorts of disclosure requirements. Ours is very narrowly tailored. It just speaks to the fact that they should not restrict speech except in the case of lewd and lascivious type comments. Also, when this Section 230 was originally passed, it was 1996. It was the Communications Decency Act. And basically, it was designed to preserve open political discourse and to encourage internet platforms to continue providing uncensored political speech, not to suppress it. That's what these platforms are doing. They are making arbitrary decisions about who to censor and who to allow to speak. The Taliban has been on some of these platforms and have not been censored. I have been personally censored for writing about climate and weather issues, something that I've done for 46 years. And some fact checker who's wouldn't know the stratosphere from a hole in the ground decided they disagreed with what I was writing, when I know my profession and my years and years of meteorological knowledge. So it's arbitrary. These are and should be treated as common carriers, which means they should not they do not have that sort of editorial discretion. It is being used as a public utility, and I believe that we made a good vote on this bill and brought it out. We could argue this all day, but I think we would end up with the same argument in judiciary, and it would be a waste of this body's time. And so I disagree with the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman, do you care to respond?
I will later, but there's someone else want to speak. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senator Reichman beat me to the punch here. I was going to re-refer this bill too. I've been talking with a business that contacted me when this bill first popped up in my community. Largest employer, world-known, billion-dollar corporation, employ a lot of people. They say this bill will damage their brand. People will be able to put stuff on their website about them or about other things, and they will not be able to remove it. I definitely have concerns about the free speech. I think we need to walk before we run with this bill, and this bill has already got challenges in court. I think it's time that we send this bill back to Judiciary Committee, we take another look, see if we can improve it in ways to make it workable, but we don't want to damage our businesses, or we don't want to stifle free speech here or hurt anybody. So I'm going to support the motion to send it to Judiciary Committee.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. 2 quick points. While I in no way am I speaking for the Attorney General, it is my understanding that not only has he signed up with a group of other Attorney Generals from other states to fight this, but if I'm correct, the committee didn't amend this bill. The Attorney General's office amended this bill. It's my understanding that he's 100% on board to stand up for this bill as written. He's eager to support us, support our state. This is no time for the timid. There are cutting edge issues that deserve our attention. This isn't a political argument. This is a level playing field issue. This is bipartisan. We want to get this public square right for everybody, not for one political party or the other. So it's key that we utilize the good work of this committee. And unfortunately, we're seeing again today, a member of the committee who participated in working the bill is standing up attacking the bill on the floor of the Senate, which is not traditionally how it's done. So I do not support this motion. It's time to work this bill. It's time to get in lockstep with our Attorney General. It's time to be bold as a state. And we can do that with this bill, and we can promote free speech. That's what it's about. It's about our constitutional right of free speech. Thank you.
Additional questions for the senator from Meade? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I do agree with the sentiments of our free speech is under attack. I have friends that are in Facebook jail. I understand that. My point, when we're running this bill, first thing I said, let's get the Attorney General to read in on it. He did. Changed it from civil to criminal. He says we have a better chance. And I went up to him, I asked him, I says, so we can get this out of court? And, oh no, everything's going to be challenged. I'm not here to make a statement, to make people feel good that we're doing something. And just as soon as something like this passes, which I don't think it will, it could pass this body. It's something that's passed, but it's not going to go anywhere. It's going to go to courts. There's already in the process of litigation going through. Also, a bill like this, I believe, should be in judiciary in the first place, all the legal aspect of it. True, I was on a committee. The vote was tied. Our chairman, who is the sponsor of the bill, broke the tie, which is fine. And I think he did a fair job. I'm not at all trying to displace him. And when it brought up, but it was brought to my attention here that somehow I was doing something that was out of line. I have a right to bring this, and I think for this body, we want to do something, we want to do it correctly. And so I make the motion that we send this back to the judiciary and have them clean up this aspect. I'm very concerned with the criminal aspect of what this is going to do when people break it.
On this motion, we will take a voice vote. A yes vote sends the bill back to Judiciary Committee. A no vote continues debate on the bill. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Division has been called. All those in favor, please stand. All opposed, please stand. The motion carries. The bill has been referred to Judiciary. We will now turn our attention to the next bill. The count was 18 in favor, 15 opposed.
We will now turn our attention to Senate Substitute for House Bill 2070. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
I want to point out that Senate sub for House Bill 2070 is a shell that we put Senate Bill 232 into that has already passed this body unanimously, 39-0. And it is creating the Office of Child Advocate. If you'll recall, the Office of Child Advocate would be an independent office that would actually receive and investigate complaints about children in the custody or care of DCF or the secretary thereof, or otherwise in our foster care system. I think for far too long, we have been frustrated, heartbroken, angry by reports that we are hearing regarding the foster care system and children sleeping in offices of department workers and otherwise not being taken care of properly. So this would be an independent office headed by the child advocate, to be confirmed by the Senate, and would be able to receive, investigate, and resolve complaints, get something done for these kids. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, question for the carrier of the legislation. With it requiring that the child advocate be independent, so if she could describe, though, what else would be a major difference of what the child advocate is already doing right now, and when would the confirmation take place?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. And right now, the child advocate has been created by executive order. And the importance of what this bill would do is it would codify in statute the Office of Child Advocate, to be headed by the child advocate, not under any executive or legislative branch, but independent, to actually investigate and resolve complaints. The child advocate would be appointed by the governor to be confirmed by the Senate. The term of the child advocate would be 5 years, or until a suitable replacement could be found. The child advocate cannot, within 12 months prior of the period of service of child advocate, have been employed within a program or agency that is subject to the Office of Child Advocate's review. So that are some of the big differences. And I'll stand for further questions.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would the current child advocate individual serving in that position be qualified for the, or to continue in that capacity, or with this legislation, she's being confirmed for that independent agency?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. It's my understanding, I'd have to check with the reviser, that if the bill were to be enacted and become law, the governor would need to appoint the child advocate to be confirmed by the Senate.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, so I guess I'll wait for a response too. I'm just wondering if the governor's appointment could be the same person who is already acting in that position currently, is my question, and I can wait for that answer later. I just wanted to rise in support. It would certainly address some of the long-standing issues, but if that information becomes available, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't hear the question.
The senator from Sedgwick was simply waiting for an answer regarding her previous question.
Thank you. I do not have a reviser nearby, so we're going to have to wait a little further. So on page 2 of the bill, the current child advocate is not subject to oversight by the office if this bill were to become law. So the current child advocate could be nominated for the position and then subject to Senate confirmation.
Senator from Sedgwick.
No question, Mr. Chairman, just a comment, because since the Child Advocate Center, I'll call it, has been in existence, some of the phone calls I used to receive in my district regarding a lot of the issues that the senator stated previously, I've gotten responses back from my constituents with these issues, and they have said that Child Advocate Center or person has been helpful to addressing some of those issues. So I appreciate the response, and thank you for the, I'm running out of energy, Mr. Chairman, but thank you to the Senator carrying the legislation.
Further questions or comments on Senate substitute for House Bill 2070? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate sub for House Bill 2070 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2395. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you. So House Bill 2395 is our annual KORA review of statutes that if the legislature doesn't reauthorize these listed exemptions or exceptions to KORA, they expire. You can see the list there in the bill. There were no proponents or opponents. It's kind of a pretty straightforward. And with that, it passed the House. I think it was unanimously. 121-0. With that, I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. And just want to clarify for those following along online, KORA is the Kansas Open Records Act. With that, I move that when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2395 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2141. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2141 will just require the non-custodial parent to cooperate with the child support enforcement as a condition for receiving food stamps. Under current laws, the custodial parent is already under that child support enforcement requirement. This just includes the non-custodial parent. Just a little background, child support cooperation is a proactive requirement states use to incentivize adults who would otherwise receive tax-funded welfare benefits. In establishing child support cases typically used to financially support those children. Several public assistance programs in Kansas already require child support cooperation, including Medicaid, child care subsidy, temporary assistance for needy families, etc. Current law in Kansas Department for Children and Families requires the custodial parents, meaning having custody of the child, to cooperate with child support. HB 2141 just extends this to include the non-custodial parent. We believe that the child and their family should be due their rightfully owed child support money from a non-custodial parent before the state pays for welfare. I would point out that it would not exclude children and other family members from receiving food stamps if the non-custodial parent did not comply. Only the non-custodial portion would be sanctioned. A study was conducted by DCF and the Foundation for Government Accountability, in which a memorandum of understanding was sent in 2017 when just the custodial parent was added to these child support cooperation for food assistance. They discovered that in the first 6 months, child support collections increased by nearly 40% among those impacted. Since that change, low-income families in Kansas have gained an estimated $1.8 million more in child support each year. That money goes directly to families. DCF, under the current administration, I must say, has since said they have not been able to replicate the study, though DCF has not provided any data or information to the public noting how. In cases in which the adult is concerned for their personal safety if required to cooperate, DCS already has a good cause policy in which there are exceptions to require that cooperation. DCF already has these, including good cause for failure. The child was conceived as a result of incest or rape. There are legal proceedings for adoption of the child pending before court, and many others. Also added in 2141 is the court allowing the custodian or non-custodial parent to delay payment. The custodial or non-custodial parent is complying with the payment plan. The secretary determines the custodial or non-custodial parent has good cause for not complying with child support. DCF has noted that the revised fiscal note would not create any new FTEs. And I would finally end with, in 2019, the United States Department of Agriculture, the USDA, published a memo urging states to require child support cooperation through the SNAP program, or the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. This increasing, and I will quote, increasing the number of states that implement child support cooperation requirements will benefit families, help non-custodial parents assume their responsibility for the well-being and stability of their children, and provide more children with the support they deserve. We stand ready to provide technical assistance to any state interested in implementing this policy, end quote. And I stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I have some questions for the Senator from Johnson.
Please continue.
Senator, could you share with the body where do these dollars that you're referring to under this this non-custodial parent is getting now from STAP, where do these dollars come from?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the senator is asking.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, we're talking about SNAP benefits here, and where do those dollars to provide SNAP benefits come from?
Senator from Johnson.
I believe federal dollars.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So we're talking about 100% federal dollars. Would that be correct?
Senator from Johnson.
I would have to research it, but I believe so.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So we're talking about 100% federal dollars that we are wanting to take away from. And could you share with us what the income level of this non-custodial parents that we're referring to in this bill?
Senator from Johnson.
I do not know, but I would just say that, you know, federal dollars are also taxpayer dollars, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte.
My question dealt with what is the income level of these non-custodial parents that this bill refers to?
I do not know.
Senator from Johnson.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Mr. Chair. I do not know the income level of the individual.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I'll be glad to share that with the body. The maximum gross income for the food assistance program is 130% of the poverty level, or $32,318 per year for a family of 3. So like, for example, a single parent with 2 children would have to work 85 hours per week at a minimum wage job to get up to 130% of the federal poverty level. Would the senator know what the Kansas minimum wage is?
It's about.
Senator from Johnson.
Sorry, forgive me. It's about $12,800, but I would add, Mr. Chair, that this is the non-custodial parent.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So my question was, would the senator know what the Kansas minimum wage is?
Senator from Johnson.
I believe I said that, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte.
The Kansas minimum wage is $7.25 an hour, and that is not what the senator said. Do you know, can you share with the body how many households that are have non-custodial parents paying child support, and what percentage of currently are currently in compliance?
Senator from Johnson.
I do not know that, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I would think with such an important bill, especially when it's impacting our families, our poorest families, it's an important piece of information. About 70% of households that qualify for these programs are already participating with the child support program. So we're talking about a minimum of number of families that are involved, that might be involved, and how they would impact the children in that family. Could the senator share with the body how much this will cost DCF?
Senator from Johnson.
Again, it does not have a fiscal note. They just mentioned they would not need to add an FTE.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I think that is erroneous fact. All the aspects of this bill would increase the administrative costs, which are the only costs the state pays for the food assistance program, and administrative complexity for agency staff and program recipients would also increase. So there are, although the money for the SNAP program is 100% federal, through this type of legislation, we are increasing our state costs that we would not need to do. Could the senator share with the body how many other states have passed legislation like this?
Senator from Johnson.
As was mentioned in 2019, it was recommended by the United States Department of Agriculture, but I do not know how many states have passed something like this. Our state has had, since 2017, the custodial parent paying child support, but not the non-custodial parent.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I'm not quite sure what the senator just said. This bill deals with a non-custodial parent. There are only 3 states that have passed similar laws, and others that have looked at it have dismissed doing that because of the extreme costs required for their food assistance and child support system to be reprogrammed. So this is not a program that's been adopted, or legislation that has been adopted by other states because, 1, it doesn't achieve its goal. 2, it's very insensitive to our poorest families. And it really does not achieve its goal. If we have a non-custodial parent that now is not going to be receiving a minimum amount food assistance, and I think this body probably is aware that the most recipients only receive food assistance for no more than a year, and we're talking about $6 a day is what this food assistance ends up a total amount ends up being. That if they're not healthy and eating, then it's going to be hard to be working to then pay the child support. And often the issue with child support comes about is a 1-month delay, which this bill would then also address, not just over a period of time, but it could be just a 1-month delay could cause that non-custodial parent to then be out of compliance and lose their SNAP benefits. With the senator from Johnson, so this legislation, we're talking about non-custodial parent are all non-custodial parents, are they single?
Senator from Johnson.
I would have no way of knowing if they're single or not, Mr. Chair. I would add that the SNAP program is subject to regulation by the state. So the state could implement the program for child support without legislation, but we have seen that that has not happened under the current administration. That's why we're offering legislation.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, that totally is not true. The current, I mean, if we're talking about DCF, the current DCF does have a program in place and is working with non-custodial parents if and when they have not, to help them get in compliance with paying their child support. But just as in this building, there could be non-custodial parents that have other children, and when we take away the SNAP benefits for one, it impacts the whole family. You know, most participating households in Kansas that receive the benefit for less than 1 year, and the average benefit amount is only $217 per person per month. I'm a single person. I could not, or I am not able to survive for my own food benefits on $217 per month. This program, which provides grocery benefits that are 100% federal dollars, is critical for Kansas kids and those who care for them, especially since 1 in 7 children in this state is experiencing food insecurity right now. I do not want to be part of making decisions that make our families less secure when it comes to food. And I think this piece of legislation does just that. It does not achieve a goal. The Department of DCF has a program in place already dealing with non-custodial parents, and all this becomes more punitive and removes critical element food that is totally paid for through federal dollars, but increasing the cost to DCF to implement these kinds of changes. Some of these non-custodial parents may already have informal support arrangements with the non-custodial parent that work best for them and their children. And this legislation would completely disregard those situations and impose more bureaucracy on those families. I've often heard it mentioned about keeping government out of our families' lives, and this certainly is talking about doing even more. So this piece of legend is very punitive. It is not helpful, and it will not help our families get out of poverty, and it will not help to reduce the number of children that we have that already have food insecurities. I would encourage the body to vote no.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, but I do want to share personal experiences. I think my children are doing well, so if I tell sappy stories, it's not like because they're deprived. They're doing well and they're off in great careers, but I went through a divorce, and when I went through a divorce and people, first thing they said was, welcome to poverty. So now you're living paycheck to paycheck, and you lose about 80% of your income, at least through my divorce, and you're living on ramen noodles because now you have to pay your bills for whether it's you have to fix a tire, or you have to pay a rent, or you have to buy clothes or shoes for your kids that have to go to school. So I think anytime you want to hold food hostage when they're trying to make decisions with their paychecks, it's extremely important to understand that we live in a land of abundance. And food should be there for everybody. And I feel like when they are making decisions to, if I don't pay this, I'm not going to have food, that's a pretty astronomical price to pay if you have to pay for gas, if you have to pay for shoes, clothes, just to get kids books these days. So I don't think this is in the best interest of a family, especially I've experienced this for many years. It's not a good feeling for any family to be in. Nobody wants to be poor. Nobody likes to ask for food. People have a lot of pride in who they are, and they know that their children are watching them. So I highly suggest you vote against this bill because it demoralizes the person that's already struggling. And that family all you're doing is giving them food. The rest is on them to survive and thrive. So I feel like we're taking away a basic human necessity for survival. And this country is not about that. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
I would just remind the body that, again, custodial parents are already required to be part of the child support program. It's the non-custodial parent to whom we are referring.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that the senator from Johnson mentioned a policy from the United States Department of Agriculture. Was it instituted in 2017? Could she elaborate on that?
Senator from Johnson.
Actually, it was Kansas who did a study in 2017. The memo that came from the United States Department of Agriculture was from 2019, urging states to implement the child support cooperation requirements.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that at this point, the United States Department of Agriculture has contracted with Mathematica Policy Research to complete a study on the efficacy of child support cooperation requirements for SNAP eligibility. And that study is set to conclude in March of 2024. So it seems to me it would make more sense for us to wait just that year, a year from now, to ensure that the finances and capacity we're asking the Department for Children and Families to put towards this policy will reach its intended goal, will be consistent with those USDA findings. So I am concerned about this, especially because this policy about child support is aimed at parents who are at and below 130% of the federal poverty level. I'm concerned that we're identifying those parents and then in turn their children who are already under difficult circumstances to now have to question whether there will be food on the table.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
Not at this time.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I cannot believe that we are here on this Senate floor 62 years ago. My mother was up at this Capitol walking the halls on this very issue. I mean, Mr. Chairman, House Bill number 2141 talks about an act concerning food assistance. Food assistance, Mr. Chairman. Thank God for the safety net clinics that I know of in Wichita. Thank God for the Red Cross. Thank God for the food bank. Thank God for the churches that fill in the gap of those who I call the working poor, that go to work every day at some of the major corporations and businesses in this state of Kansas, and they still qualify for food stamps. And Mr. Chairman, I understand the legislation is to get that non-custodial parent to pay child support, whether it be a he or she, the mom or the dad. We understand, though, that most of your head of households are women. We understand that. Mr. Chairman, you weren't here, but I remember I stood right here some years ago and advocated to save Meals on Wheels. Gosh darn it, they weren't needing to pay child support, but I get it. We want those individuals who are part of bringing a child into this world. We want to punish them or deny them if they too are poor and they need to go to the welfare office, DCF, formerly known as SRS, and ask for some food stamps so that they can try their best to go to work to pay their child support. But we don't want them to get any benefits. We don't want them to have food to eat. So thank God for those other entities that I've already mentioned, that the churches that feed people. Mr. Chairman, and others who live in Wichita and who are familiar, on Sundays, I go with some individuals that care about the homeless and the hungry in Wichita. In Wichita, Kansas, on Sundays, the food bank, the open door programs, those programs that offer food for the homeless, they are closed. They are closed. The open door programs are closed to help feed people. So I'm just outraged that we are here denying people food to get them to pay their child support. We do that in some other pieces of legislation. You can't get a fishing license if you're not paying. You got to go to jail if you're not paying for child support. But I get it. We want people to be responsible, gosh darn it. I do. I agree with this, the ultimate goal. But denying people of food, come on, Mr. Chairman. I really do have a couple of questions for the gentlelady from Johnson. One of those questions would be on page 5 of House Bill 2141 in lines, let's just go to line 33 on page 5. So this new language here in the bill, just to get an understanding here. So let's just go to line 35, A, in parentheses. Custodial and non-custodial parents shall cooperate with the child support enforcement program to be eligible for food assistance in accordance with the provisions of 7 C.F.R. and etc. So understanding that this period of disqualification ends once it has been determined that such individual is cooperating with the child support enforcement program. So if the gentlelady could tell me, so such individual, because we are, sounds like to me, or just confirm it with me. So is it for the non-custodial or the custodial parent? What does that language mean if I keep hearing it saying this is only for the non-custodial parent? So, but we're saying both, if they both qualify or don't qualify, if they're living together, not living together, just explain. So if I, the mom, have 2 kids and I'm going to work every day, I won't mention some places that only work you so many hours so you don't get any other benefits, so therefore you qualify for food stamps. So I'm the mom with the 2 kids. So how does, Mr. Chairman, if she could just explain the custodial and non-custodial parents shall, so is it both of them cooperating or one?
Senator from Johnson.
I would be happy to explain. As we can see, what was crossed out is individuals who have not cooperated without good cause with child support services. All along, remember, this is regarding the custodial parent only. This just clarifies custodial and adds non-custodial parents shall cooperate with the child support enforcement program to be eligible for food assistance. It just gives parity to the non-custodial parent. The custodial parent is already doing this.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, thank you for that, and I'll go on with my other brief questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, if the senator would explain to me what good cause means.
Senator from Johnson.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like to restate it?
Yes, so in her explanation, the senator, gentlelady said, in good cause, if they don't qualify for her definition, I'm just asking her to explain.
Senator from Johnson.
I don't recall saying that. I was actually just reading from line 11 that was stricken, and then just added that it says individuals who have not cooperated with good cause. So good cause, as you may remember in my introduction, is listed in the bill, and it gives the reasons for which an individual, the custodial parent, would not have to cooperate. And those are outlined within the bill in various places. There's new disqualifications for requiring them to participate on page 6, starting with line 13.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, so page 6, starting where?
Line 13.
Senator from Johnson.
I'm sorry. Line 13.
Senator from Sedgwick.
So, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. This language here is still pretty vague of what good cause means. But, Mr. Chairman, I do have just one more question and then a comment. Seriously, not too long ago, one night in the hotel room, a documentary came on, and it was talking about welfare to work programs, and it talked about welfare. A woman couldn't have her husband or the children's father in the home if he for them to receive food stamps. I mean, golly gee, this is just too much. I get the purpose, the goal of it, but denying people food so that they can get up and have strength and go to work, it doesn't make sense. It just really doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Chairman. But I do have another question. Who were proponents of House Bill 2141?
Senator from Johnson.
I do not have all of that with me. I do know that the Foundation for Government Accountability, I would also like to address, if I may, the earlier question on page 3, line 9 of the bill. It says good cause exemptions. Those are currently in the bill, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, I keep wanting to promote you. Gosh, maybe it's the dark hair. I've been calling you President. Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I appreciate the gentlelady's comment on page 3 of the good causes. But I do know the answer to, it looks like there was only one proponent for the legislation, Mr. Chairman. Gosh, it's so many, though, for the opponents of the legislation, stating that I believe the representatives of the Kansas Action for Children and Kansas Appleseed Center for Law and Justice and a citizen lobbyist sharing a bill, said the bill would make it more difficult for already struggling parents to put food on the table and make them less capable of financially supporting their children. We're going to sock it to them We're going to make it worse. We're going to deny them of some measly food stamps to buy some food. Gosh, I can't believe it, Mr. Chairman. An opponent noted parents who have been recently allowed to take their children out of foster care, how it would hurt them and the kids would end up back in foster care. Mr. Chairman, I know a woman right now who is in her 80s, and she was getting Social Security benefits, and she was getting $24 food stamps, and now they cut her food stamps to $17. I can't believe this stuff, Mr. Chairman. I just really can't believe it, especially, like I said, my mother walked these halls advocating for single working mothers for years, and gosh darn it, we still haven't moved forward. People in my district are still struggling to eat, Mr. Chairman. I'm telling you, it's awful. This bill, House Bill 2141, this bill would make it less likely that parents can support their children, and more likely that children and their parents will go hungry. You'll never get that child support, starving people. I just can't believe it. And I stand in strong opposition. Strong opposition. I can't believe it. Food. Gosh darn it. I threw away pizza that I didn't eat. We're find another way to enforce people to pay their child support. Don't starve them to death. I strongly oppose House Bill 2141. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add that the Federal Office of Child Support Enforcement noted in 2016, and I quote, in 2012, it's estimated that the child support program avoided $5.2 billion in public costs, more than 3 times the amount retained by the government to repay welfare costs. What HB 2141 does is the single mom with 3 children who must adhere to the Child Support Enforcement Act, she's already doing that. But maybe the deadbeat dad is not under the same requirement. We're just adding that person to be under that same requirement. So House Bill 2141 is about helping parents, specifically non-custodial parents, to reconnect with their children through providing financial support as a condition for they receiving food stamps. This is pro-family, pro-children, and pro-personal responsibility. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 2141 favorably for passage.
Can you correct that to House Bill?
I'm sorry, yes, I will. House Bill 241 favorably for passage. Thank you.
The motion is on House Bill 2141. Can you restate the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might just say I just got a text from my brother-in-law that my sister-in-law is in hospice and has not awakened since yesterday. So forgive me. I move that when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2141 favorably for passage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2290. The chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2290 would authorize the affiliation of Northwest Kansas Technical College and North Central Kansas Technical College with Fort Hays State University. The affiliation institutions would be designated as Fort Hays State Northwest Kansas Technical College and Fort Hays or FHSU North Central Kansas Technical College and operate as technical colleges within FHSU. The power and duties of the governing boards of these technical colleges would be transferred to Fort Hays State University, subject to the rules and regulations and supervision of the Kansas Board of Regents.
and the boards would become industry or regional advisory boards appointed by the president of Fort Hays State. The bill would provide that the affiliation institutions would continue as technical colleges eligible for funding in the same manner as other technical colleges and offer programs approved by Fort Hays State University, including credential and degree programs that technical colleges are authorized to award. The bill would provide that admissions requirements for each respective institution would not be altered, and Fort Hays State would not admit degree-seeking first-time freshmen or transfer students to the university programs who do not meet the applicable qualified admission standards. The bill would require a formal affiliation agreement between the affiliated institutions and Fort Hays State University to address the transfer of faculty, employees, and students, and subject to the authorization of Kansas Board of Regents. All affiliated institution personnel would become Fort Hays State University personnel with their employment deemed uninterrupted. The bill also would state the affiliation would not affect any contract, agreements, or assurances in effect on the effective date of the bill, July 1 of 2023. The proponents stated that the voluntary affiliation would increase student access to programs and postgraduate employment and strengthen relationships with community and business partners to address employment issues in rural areas. With that, Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Sherman? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2290 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now return to Senate substitute for House Bill 2016. The senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, was standing. The senator from Johnson, Senator Corson, is recognized with an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment, and it is number 2007.
We will have that distributed. Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson, would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you. I can explain the amendment. So this is an agreed upon amendment between the Disability Rights Center of Kansas and the Kansas Chamber of Commerce. And I will just say in preface that this is obviously a balancing approach. This is a delicate issue. I think that this amendment puts us closer to where I think everybody has always wanted to be on this. We want to eliminate predatory claims and respect our small business owners. We also want to make sure that folks are able to bring valid claims under the ADA and to exercise their rights. And so this amendment, I think, does a nice job of balancing those competing interests. So if you look at the bill, the first change in the amendment is in the purpose statement, and it clarifies that that these actions are typically brought against smaller Kansas businesses, to clarify that that is really where we've seen these actions. Then that adds a sentence at the end of the purpose statement that really talks about why are we here. Well, we're here today because right now the Department of Justice has not yet issued clear standards on website accessibility under Title III of the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act. And that's why we find ourselves in this position. Once those are issued, we will then have clear, unambiguous, bright line guidance as to what is and is not accessible. But without those, we find ourselves sort of in this gray area that we're in now. it was mentioned earlier by the good senator from Johnson that we did not want to put necessarily a hard cap on number of employees, but as I mentioned in the purpose statement, typically these claims have tended to be brought against smaller employers. And so what this does is it lists as a factor that a court can consider in determining whether or not an action is abusive. It can determine, what we added in was determine the resources available to the defendant to correct the alleged website access violation. And then we added in something that just makes sure that the violation is actually corrected, saying that there's not a rebuttable presumption that litigation is abusive if the alleged website access violation is not corrected as determined by the court within 90 days after the business has been provided written notice or served with a petition or complaint with enough detail to let them know how to identify and correct the alleged violation. We changed one part in there that talks about, that gives the ability back to courts to determine whether or not these attorneys' fees, costs, and sanctions. It says there was an amendment brought in committee that made that mandatory. It said shall. This brings it back to may, so it gives the court the discretion of whether to award the attorney's fees and costs, which that again was in the original bill. And then finally, as I mentioned at the beginning, we really find ourselves where we are because of the lack of clear federal standards under Title III of the ADA. And so at the end, we add in a section that says, if the Federal Department of Justice issues standards concerning website accessibility under Title III of the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act, the Attorney General shall certify to the Secretary of State that such standards have been issued. Upon receipt of such certification, the Secretary of State shall cause a notice of such certification to be published in the Kansas Register, and that the provisions of this section shall expire on the date such certification is published in the Kansas Register. And again, what that really means is that once we have this clear, unambiguous, bright line guidance from the federal government, we'll understand what makes a website accessible, and the need for this sort of statute will go away at that point. So that is what the amendment does. Again, it was a very delicately worked out compromise. I would ask the body to support it because I think it does a very good job of balancing the interest of our small business owners, like the gentleman who's a constituent of my friend the Vice President, versus the needs of folks with legitimate ADA claims to be able to access our courts to preserve full accessibility that they're granted under the ADA. I think we've done a good job with this amendment.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you. Since its inception, the ADA has been a compromise between the needs of the disability community and businesses. And it's good to see that today I've been involved with discussions as well about this compromise that is truly a compromise between the community that the DRC works with and the business community as well. So glad to see it worked out and agreement there, and I would consider this a friendly amendment.
Further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I would move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Further questions on Senate substitute for House Bill 2016? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. This bill was brought to us. I'm just going to read the purpose section of the bill. The purpose of this section is to restrict abusive litigation while allowing for meritorious litigation. It has long been declared the policy of this state, pursuant to the Kansas Act Against Discrimination and amendments thereto, that people with disabilities must be assured equal opportunities to full access to public accommodations, and that they are empowered to enforce the right to equal access through litigation if necessary. The legislature recognizes, however, that in a small minority of cases, the use of litigation to assert the right to equal access is abused for the primary purpose of obtaining an award of attorney fees for the plaintiff instead of remedying the alleged access violation. This small minority of cases often involved an alleged lack of equal access to a public accommodations internet site and are almost always filed in another state's court system against smaller Kansas businesses. Again, the bill as it is now is in a good place to continue with the important purpose of the Americans with Disabilities Act as it was signed into law decades ago. With that, I move that when the committee rises and report, it report House Bill 2016 as amended favorably for passage.
Senate substitute for House Bill 2016.
I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports Senate substitute for House Bill 2016 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 315. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 315 is regarding the exemption provision of religious exemption for vaccinations. You know, under a couple of years ago, that we stated to protect employees if they were going to be required to have a vaccination. It could be a medical exemption, or it could be a religious exemption. Some of you may recall that there were employees that were bringing up 2- or 3-page statements. I have an employer in my vicinity, in my district, that was asking your pastor's name, the name of your church, how long you've gone there, contact name for the pastor, where in the Bible, what scripture says that you must have this religious exemption, how long have you attended this church, do you pay tithe, do you give to this church? This was a 3-page document. So I stopped at counting after I had 250 emails this year asking me if we could give the same protection for children. So what this bill does is just to extend that same protection to children by saying child care worker, a school, if they receive a medical exemption, if they receive a religious exemption particularly, the religious exemption must be accepted without questioning the individual's religious beliefs. And one other thing is that it does not require, currently the state requires that if a student wants to live in a dormitory, that the college must require the student to get a meningitis vaccination. This just removes the mandate on that, but of course colleges can continue to do that. It just doesn't mandate that they have to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll stand for questions.
Questions on Senate Bill 315? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the senator, you just mentioned about the bill as it is. I know within this bill, it also deals with meningitis. Could you share with the body about the meningitis vaccination, and is that now still required?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did state that colleges would not be required that a student going into the dorm have a meningitis vaccination, but any college could still require that, and I expect they still will.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So, so you're saying that since it speaks to of not needing it, then they can, if they choose. But does that mean if they choose? You're saying they could choose to require it by the under this legislation?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Could the senator direct me to where it says that in this bill that they could choose to require it?
Senator from Johnson.
Mr. Chair, by removing the secretary's ability to require that the state requires it, it doesn't need to state that, oh, the college may still do it. Of course they may still do it.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I would remind the body that meningitis is a very, very deadly and fast-moving disease, and you know, a young person can contract it one day and be deathly ill and potentially lose, as we've, I have a letter here from a young man who lost all 4 of his limbs in a short period of time after contracting meningitis. So, and it spreads rapidly. This is just an example of the negligence that this then creates within our living environments in our at our colleges. But that's just one piece of this bill. Could the senator from Johnson share more with us about the religious belief phase of this bill and how this bill, Senate Bill 315, changes that?
Senator from Johnson.
As I mentioned before, it's possible to have 2 different exemptions from an immunization or a vaccine. One is for medical reasons, and the other is for profoundly held religious beliefs. This just states that they must accept your religious beliefs without questioning your religious beliefs.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And could you share with us what predominantly faiths in Kansas are supportive of this? Religious faiths are supportive of this?
Senator from Johnson.
I don't recall any religious beliefs coming forward to say that we support this bill. I can check.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, in fact, there are no religious groups that are supportive of this. The Catholic Church and other mainline religions are in full support of school vaccination requirements. And the only religion that has an exception would be Christian Scientists. But otherwise, what I'll refer to as mainstream religions are not in supportive of this. Under this bill now, so are you saying that the religious belief definition remains the same, or has this broadened that definition?
Senator from Johnson.
It has not broadened the definition. It's your personally held beliefs, and it is a religious exemption. And I might just add that I vaccinated my children. I would, of course, vaccinate my child against meningitis. I totally agree that this is a very scary disease, but this is America. And so we want to be educated. We want to hear recommendations from those in the medical community, and then we want to make those decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I appreciate that the senator from Johnson has mentioned the medical community, because the medical community is in full support of our vaccination requirements as we currently have in Kansas, and not in support of changes that lessen those safety requirements that help families go to work so that their children can continue to go to daycare or to schools. And under the religious belief piece, we now are allowing for any kind of ideology that not necessarily is a religious exemption, but this bill does expand that definition to include ideology. I would like to share with the body that when Kansans have been surveyed, 9 out of 10 Kansans voters support vaccine requirements for children to attend K-12 and child care facilities. And over 56% of Kansans agree with the principle that there should be a religious exemption, but they believe that the religious exemption should be stricter than they currently are. And this is, of course, very much diluting that. Also, it is important to remember that we want all children to be able to go to school, and these changes can cause for any children that may be somewhat immune compromised to not be able to go to school. And when we come to daycare facilities, infant care, which is we have a great shortage of, and we just earlier or at the end of last week had a bill here concerning child care licensing and opening up more slots, but this would then make it even harder for children to be in daycare because infants would not have that immunity, that the herd immunity that they would need within the child care facility. So the likelihood that a child care facility might have to close if there was an outbreak of measles or chicken pox, and those infants could be exposed to that, it could be serious and deadly. So this legislation is so detrimental to our families to allow them to go to work, to allow to have safe environments for our children within our schools. And currently we already have in place we already have in place a religious exemption. It has worked, and this would now include ideology and philosophical convictions that do not strengthen free exercise of rights, which is interesting because I've heard other times when it comes to talking about the wrong kind of ideology of philosophical convictions being used in other situations as being detrimental in so many ways. But here, when we're talking about safety, health safety, we want to say that those kinds of thinking which are not religious should be allowed, and yet they're going to jeopardize the health of our children and the ability of our parents to go to work and feel that their children are in a safe environment. This legislation does not have the support of Kansans, because 9 out of 10 of them have voted or have said that they support wellness vaccination requirements, and yet this is lessening that very much. So if we really are concerned about having a healthy work environment in Kansas and having a safety for our children and listening to the voters in Kansas, we would not be passing this type of legislation. Senate Bill 315 is not good for families, it's not good for our children, and it's certainly not good for a working environment in Kansas.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond? Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I would like to take a few minutes to maybe ask a few questions that I'm of the good senator from Johnson. Is Johnson? Well, but I'd be happy to answer most of them as well. A lot of our problem really started back in 1986 when we passed the, I never can remember the name of it, so I'm going to take a minute and look. The National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986. And what was going on at the time was we were having so many so many vaccine injured children that the whole vaccine manufacturing industry was about being brought to its knees in the civil courts. And so our Congress passed a law granting legal immunity to the manufacturers of vaccines so they couldn't be sued for the complications they caused. A mediation board was set up at the time to adjudicate these vaccine injuries. And to date, that mediation board has paid out over $4.5 billion to vaccine injured children. And you know, one of the other unfortunate parts that seems to always go hand in hand with legal indemnity is that the people who get it don't try as hard, and shortcuts get taken, and the product isn't as good as it could be. And we've certainly seen that. We've struggled through that, particularly with the COVID shot, you know, being minimally tested and fraught with complications that have numbered in the deaths over 20,000 according to the CDC in the United States alone. But you know, we seem to one of the things I was really impressed with in committee when the opponents spoke, when the KDHE physicians and scientists got up and spoke, they always talked about popular polls, about polling the citizens. And they never, ever engaged in the science. They never talked about studies. They never talked about outbreaks of meningitis here or there. They talked about the possibility of outbreaks. And to get in, you know, we have focused a fair bit on the meningitis issue tonight, and I want to a little bit more. You know, does the carrier of the bill know the most common form of meningitis? Is it bacterial or viral? Well, I'll answer that. It's viral. It's viral meningitis. Does the meningitis vaccine prevent viral meningitis? The answer is no. Does the meningitis vaccine prevent all types of meningitis? Because it's for bacterial meningitis. Bacterial meningitis is caused by a multitude of different bacteria, of which all are not covered with the vaccination. So it's not 100% effective. Does every child or every teenager who gets a meningitis vaccine, do they mount an immune response and are they protected? Well, no. Unfortunately, these things aren't 100% effective. Does everybody coming into our country from across our southern border or across our northern border, do they show a vaccination card when they come over? No, they don't. You know, the holes in this are incredible. You know, we really want to talk science. And yeah, you know, we want the individuals who want to have the vaccine, we want them to have it. And we want them to feel safe that when they've got it, they're going to do okay. But when push comes to shove, this is an individual freedom issue. It is a risk versus benefit issue. And that comes down to being on a very personal level. That comes down to the parent who stays up at night worrying about that child. This is part of the very fabric of our nation, and we're trying to circumvent constitutional rights with fear and propaganda and bumper sticker slogans and popular polls, political polls, and I really encourage us as a body not to fall prey to that. You know, basically, in short, this bill is incredibly simple. It extends to the parents of daycare and school-aged kids the exact same exemption language that was granted to the adult employees during the special session. That's not asking much. That's bringing a continuity across the age groups that everybody deserves. And I really pray that the Senate body doesn't vote out of fear, that they look towards common sense and support this bill, because it's just in the best interest of kids, parents, and our country. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions, just a couple of comments. The United States Constitution and existing federal laws offer protections for individuals with religious objections and medical exemptions to vaccine mandates, and I strongly support those protections. Broadening the definition of religious belief to include ideological and philosophical convictions does not strengthen free exercise rights. It undermines protections for those with deeply held theological beliefs. No denomination, with the exception of Christian Science, has any dogmatic religious exemptions to immunizations, and even Christian Scientists do not have strict rules against vaccinations. Religious exemption claims, with very few exceptions, have no basis in established religion, practice, or tradition. Although 56% of Kansans agree in principle that there should be a religious exemption, which we already have, they believe religious exemptions should be stricter than they currently are. 61% want religious leader documentation. 65% want both parents to approve an exemption. And 64% want there to be an annual exemption review. So expanding exemptions by going against the majority of Kansas wishes discounts the evidence, and it leaves our children at risk to preventable diseases. And I urge the body to vote no.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments as I've listened to the debate. I keep hearing about there's only one denomination that has a valid religious objection to mandatory vaccines. As someone who has been a lifelong member of a non-denominational church, I would just like to point out no one has a right to question or challenge my individual religious beliefs, whether that relates to vaccination requirements or anything else. And so I just want to make sure that when we're throwing around denominations and rules for churches, there's a whole lot of us out there that are non-denominational, and I would challenge anyone to define or challenge my individual right to my religion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 315 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll move now, passing over House Bill 2147. The chair recognizes the senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe we can talk about cars and trucks for just a few minutes here. House Bill 2147 comes to us from the Transportation Committee. It would add abandoned or towed vehicles to the list of vehicles that do not need to be registered. The public agency or person providing record or towing service is in possession of a vehicle that applies for a certificate of title for the purpose of selling the vehicle. The bill would outline a new process, a certification of compliance, by which a public agency that has impounded a vehicle would transfer the certificate of title to the highest cash bidder at a public auction and prohibit the sale of an impounded vehicle by a public agency or an abandoned or towed vehicle by a wrecker or tow service prior to receiving a certificate of title from the Division of Vehicles. A certification of compliance will allow the purchase to apply for and receive a certificate of title free and clear of liens. The bill will require the certification be completed on a form and in a manner approved by the Secretary of Revenue and for a charge of $20. Currently, a tow agency or public agency may sell an abandoned vehicle at a public auction with the possessory lien affidavit. The issue is there is no verification the paperwork is filled out properly or timely and leaves the purchaser unable to secure a title. House Bill 2147 will insert a step into the process and require that the possessory lien affidavit paperwork is completed properly prior to selling an abandoned vehicle at public auction, thus ensuring that any owners and lien holders of the vehicle are properly notified prior to the sale and the purchase has the proper paperwork to the title. Proponents of the bill included Representative Francis R. Camp, A&A Auto Truck Parts, Denton Auto Salvage, and the Kansas Motor Carriers Association. The Kansas Motor Carriers Association testified that towing companies are the litter control officers of our streets and highways. And most vehicles are not roadworthy or basically salvage. After discussions over the summer to find a solution, the towing companies are asking to pay the additional $20 fee for the certification of compliance. KMCA worked with the Division of Vehicles, representing our camp, towing companies, salvage dealers to get this legislation done correctly. There were no opponents. There was no fiscal note. The committee changed the effective date to publication of the statute book, which is the only change the committee made, and the House vote was 122-0. And with that, I am ready for questions.
Questions for the senator from Cloud? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2147 favorably for passage.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll pass over Senate Bill 295. We'll move to Senate substitute for House Bill 2170. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill, or Senate sub for House Bill 2170 creates a Donor Intent Protection Act. What it would do is provide legal recourse to an individual, and that's the key term, an individual charitable donor, when the donor's gift restrictions are not followed by the recipient charitable organizations. Bottom line is, a lot of times donors will provide funds or property or a gift to an endowment fund or charitable organization, and they want it spent or used in a certain way. Well, when a donor discovers that a written endowment agreement has been violated, he or she would have 2 years to file a complaint with the court in their jurisdiction. If the court finds a violation has occurred, it may direct an appropriate remedy, and there are many different options to that remedy. And this, they do not, by the way, return they don't refund the money or the gifts. They just impose a court order that would restore the original donor intent. Wouldn't necessarily lead to a daily use of lawsuits. These are donations with written intent to a 501c3. It defines a donor-imposed restriction as a written statement included with the endowment agreement. So it's very clear to the charity what that agreement is. The individual, if it finds out, if that person or their estate or the legal representative, their executor, finds out that their will was not considered, then they have a legal recourse. With that, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Last bill of the night, do I get applause for that, Mr. Chair? I don't know. Thank you. Thank you very much. 3 shows daily. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report House Bill, or Senate sub for House Bill 2170 favorably for passage.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cowley, Senator Alley. The chair recognizes the Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
I move the committee rise and report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills under the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Clays in the chair. Recommended House Bills 2027, 2279, Senate Bill 287, House Bill 2160, 2346, 2326, 2325, 2350, 2313, 2070, 2141, Senate Bill 315, and House Bill 2147 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bill be passed as amended. House Bills 2304, 2114, Senate Bill 297, 314, House Bill 2225, Senate Bill 307, House Bill 2087, House Bill 2395, and House Bill 2290 be passed. House Bill 2390, House Bill 2302, 2053, 2138, and 2170 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports recommending substitute bills and the substitute bills be passed. House Bill 2016 be amended by the adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill be amended on motion of Senator Baumgardner and Senator Corson, and the substitute bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 301 be amended by the adoption of the committee report be amended on motion of Senator Francisco, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 40 be amended on motion of Senator Tyson, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 50 be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bills 2021, 2106, Senate Bill 60, and Senate Bill 295 be passed over, but retain a place on the calendar passed.
The chair recognizes the Senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2086 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends substitute for House Bill 2077 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
Are there announcements? Seeing none, the chair, Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. One last time, Commerce Committee will meet at 8 o'clock in the morning in our normal room to hear Senate Bill 38. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Are there other announcements? Seeing chair recognizes the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Conference Committee for Education intends to meet at 9 o'clock, which is when caucus starts, but we're still going to try and meet at 144 South. Thank you.
Are there other announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Senator from Cali, the Majority Leader, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Republicans will caucus tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in 548, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, March 29th, 2023.
You have heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. Senate is adjourned.